from Tim Connolly, who's here with us in person this week, which is wonderful. And then after lunch, we heard from Hiroshi Abe in Kyoto, and then we ended the day with a talk from Stephen Gardner over in Seattle. And the purpose of the session now is to continue the conversation that began yesterday, and especially to try and open it up to those of you who are in faraway time zones and were unable to join us live. So yesterday, Alan gave a marvelous synopsis of everybody's talks, but there were enough talks happening yesterday that I feel I want to get myself out of the way and just open up the discussion to the rest of you. So if anybody has a question, please fire away. Jing.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Just
Oh, they can't.
not in this.
Can you hear me, Stephen? Yeah, my question is for Stephen Darwin, actually. I was curious to hear more about the procedures by which a constitutional convention of the type that you envision might operate. I thought that talk and the idea that you articulated yesterday was very inspiring, very interesting. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about it, if possible.
Might have to say that again. I think we missed.
Okay, one more time. Repeat one more time. Yeah, I enjoyed your talk very much yesterday, and I was curious to know more about the specific procedures by which a constitutional convention of the type that you envision would operate.
We can't hear Steve.
Sorry, we're
Can you hear me now?
Ah, yes,
Okay,
wonderful.
good, thank you. So thank you for the words of encouragement. Encouragement is always welcome in the situation we're in. So I am at the moment being deliberately vague about what the actual procedure will be, because I think that's a design issue that raises some pretty significant questions. And I have a paper where I talk a little bit about those questions. And I think reasonable people might disagree a bit about what the procedures should be for setting up the convention. And of course, what choices you make there are important because they will have some influence perhaps on the outcome of the convention itself. So in previous work, I've said, let's argue up to the point of we think something like a global constitutional convention is the right approach. And then let's have another separate discussion about how to construct that convention. And as you saw yesterday, I offer some guidelines, some initial guidelines, which, as it were, insiders, people who are interested in the project might also discuss. And the next step is to try to develop fuller proposals. But I try to invite other people to help me in that project, partly because it's a big project, it's a big idea. Reasonable people might disagree, but more importantly, we might learn from each other from the dialogue about what it should look like. And so I don't claim to have special wisdom about exactly how to construct the thing. That being said, I am working on a book on this where I do try to push the guidelines further and then consider some different proposals. So I guess that's a very long-winded way of saying I'm not quite ready to say exactly how it should go, but I think that's the discussion we should be having, and I think that having that discussion will be, you know, it's light years from where the mainstream is right now. Though somebody sent me something recently. I think in the UN they're starting to make moves to have some more discussion about what kinds of institutional changes might be needed to grapple with problems involving future generations. So that may be a, you know, a baby step in the right direction there. But thanks for the encouragement.
Thank you. Is my microphone still on? Can you hear me? Yes, good. Okay. I saw Matthias has his hand up, and then I think Joelle had a question after that. I'm not yet seeing anything appearing in the chat, so I think we can go right ahead among ourselves here.
Yeah, thank you, Becky. And that was a good segue, Steve, into my question. You know, the discussions at the UN level that you describe as baby steps, because after your talk yesterday, I was debating the necessity of such a global constitutional convention with Ursula Eicher, who was moderating yesterday but couldn't be here today. So I'm sort of asking the question on her behalf, because, you know, her skepticism, I think, was a little bit around, do we really need to reinvent the wheel entirely? So do we really need something entirely new? And I was trying to argue with her a little bit on your behalf. And I said, well, I think a lot hinges on the account of the problem. That is the PIP, the pure intergenerational problem. And I just want to give you a chance, as it were, to elaborate a little bit on that, because it seemed to me in the discussion also with others, Ursula was there and some other participants locally here, that that hadn't come quite across. I know, of course, that you've written a lot about this, but I think in this context, it would help to have a little bit more on why this is a standing threat that is not easily addressed by other institutional mechanisms that we already have. And maybe I can make that even more precise. I think one thing that would be helpful is if it wasn't just about climate change. I mean, you made brief hints about nuclear waste, nuclear proliferation, things of that nature, so that one could say, well, it's very important to think of the pure intergenerational problem not just as one that is a single button issue. So it's not just about climate change, even though that is, of course, a huge issue for us and has so many different amplifying legs to stand on, if that's the right word here. You know, it's part of environmental destabilization much more broadly. So I think that is very important, but it's also important to see that, well, there are temptations to shortchange future people in other areas too. And then I think the next thing that I would like to hear more about is when we give a description of these issues, are they really situated at the level of humanity? So one could say that, well, nuclear waste repositories, well, you know, we already have mechanisms, very, very poor mechanisms, you might say, but at the national level. You know, the Germans handle their own nuclear waste, the US Americans handle their waste, and so on. And so do we really need a global constitutional convention in order to address that? You see, I'm playing a little devil's advocate here, so I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. And important ones. I think the first thing to say is that I like to highlight in some of the other papers, I begin by, you know, sketching out the severe circumstance of failure we're witnessing, of institutional failure, right? So I have an argument that I call the baby steps argument for getting towards the idea of a global constitutional convention, and it starts with discussion of climate change and the severe institutional failure that we're witnessing, right? So in the context of that argument, you know, people pushing back and saying, well, we already have institutions. Do we really need new institutions? to me, that amounts to rejecting the first baby step on the journey to the Constitutional Convention. And I think, you know, if we were talking about that paper and that argument, that would be more stark. I think we're also failing on some of these other issues. I mean, you mentioned nuclear waste and, you know, that it's being taken care of at the national level, and you mentioned the US. My personal opinion is it's not being taken care of effectively in the US, and that's been an ongoing situation over many decades. We're in a kind of holding pattern, which is unsatisfactory in various ways. So again, I would reject the premise of the argument that we're already doing well there. And in general, about these other institutions, now there I have to be a little bit careful, because I think that there might be venues, and the UN has come up a couple of times now, there might be venues that, as it were, could be enhanced in various ways so as to deal with this institutional problem, the governance gap that I talked about. So one question would be, why don't I leap straight to the UN? Well, there are various reasons, including that the UN is, in my opinion, sadly, not as an effective an institution as it could be or should be. And that there probably are significant reasons for that, including the way that it's constructed and funded and so on. Means it's too close in various ways to national governments. And so it doesn't have quite the level of autonomy that you would need for effective checks and balances, say. So that's a specific thing about the UN, but notice that these kinds of discussions could occur within a global constitutional convention. One of the proposals on the table to be considered would be, do we need a somewhat enhanced version of the United Nations, or do we need to go for a different model? So there are all these, if you like, contextual reasons to think that the that existing institutions aren't working well and won't work well in the future without pretty significant reform. I think I would also emphasize two theoretical considerations. One is that I'm not convinced at a theoretical level that we've actually tried to represent concern for future generations, to capture it in institutional form and make it effective, right? So I'm a little puzzled by the argument that we already have the institutions, because I think the institutions we have have not really been designed for that purpose, and in particular for meeting the tyranny of the contemporary kind of problem as predictable as it is. And I see a parallel there with other basic standing threats, like in particular the tyranny of the majority in democratic theory, right? That was a phenomenon that was talked about, was discovered, and then then people tried to put in place institutional mechanisms to deal with it. That's the kind of process I have in mind in the Global Constitutional Convention as well. And then relatedly, I think it's always possible to offer arguments. This is the second theoretical point. It's always possible to offer arguments that, well, existing representatives can actually take care of this because they have a broad set of concerns. So, you know, we saw that in arguments against female, sorry, I'm trying to think of the word, women getting the vote. You know, people argued, well, you know, the husbands and fathers and brothers have concern for women, so they can represent their interests. And in the end, we didn't think that was a very compelling argument, and I would say for good reason. Similarly, there have been arguments around race of that sort. And that's the sort of response I want to give here. I think you have to represent the fundamental concern for future people as such. Otherwise, it's going to be crowded out by other things.
Please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say the challenge, I think, is to also show that this standing problem needs to be dealt with at the level of humanity, at the global level. And so, for example, about nuclear waste, you say, well, the US is not taking good care of the problem. Okay, but then, you know, they should. But why does that involve a global constitutional convention? Because there will be all kinds of worries about, you know, ceding sovereignty and so on. You know, I come from Europe and we have these discussions all the time. We don't want to give more of our sovereignty away to the EU and so on. So I think that is some of the challenges there. Sorry.
Would you like me to respond to that? Yes, you did raise that and I didn't respond. I'm sorry, I thought it was going on too long.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, do go ahead.
Well, you know, you keep picking up on that example. So one response I could make is to say, well, you know, that's not as genuinely global as some of the others, right? So that's a way in which it's a degenerate form of the PIP. And so maybe that's not the best case to be arguing for a global constitutional convention. I could say that. But I think I am inclined to push a bit harder, partly because I think entities like nation states, of the sort you're talking about, I think they're probably unlikely to last through the timeframes that we're talking about when we're talking about nuclear waste, right? Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. We don't really, as humanity, have experience with political units that last quite so long as that in a recognizable form. So I think in the background, there is lurking a broader responsibility that you might think of as a responsibility to humanity as such. And I would also say, as I've said in other contexts, who knows, you know, if you're thinking about protecting future generations, say, of your own people, right? Who knows where the people will be even in 1,000 years, let alone 10,000 years or 100,000 years. So it might be that a natural extension of that concern moving into the future would not be limited to a relatively small geographical area, right? So we've got to be careful about taking assumptions about how the world works now over a comparatively small number of generations and extrapolating them radically into the future. So that would be part of my response as well.
Thank you. I think our next question is from Joelle. The microphone, yes, the microphone is here. You have.
Hi, okay. Yeah, so my question, I think, would be for, all speakers from yesterday, but maybe I would like to hear Stephen Gardner on this. You rightly talked about representation being, something to be dealt with carefully. I think that's really important given the precedent in that regard. And also, I really appreciate this idea of a new structure being needed and proposed. And I'm curious to hear what your thoughts would be on creative-led approaches to those issues. So I've seen, you are probably aware of Dr. Saijo Tatsuyoshi experiments, with fiction and using fiction methods to try to think how future generation would like their world to be. So, and I've seen also Nation of Plants, where we try to imagine what plants, what is the world that they would like to see be theirs. So yeah, I'm wondering how do you think creative practices and arts-led practices could be useful in this new kind of setting, basically? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really good question. I'll try to be brief so the other panelists can jump in on this as well. I don't know the specific work you're talking about, so but I would like to. So please feel free to drop me an email letting me know what I should be looking at there. More generally, I do think creative work is very important. I think there are lots of different ways to contribute to helping us with the climate problem, with intergenerational problems, more generally. And creative voices may be among the most important, because sometimes, I literally put it this way, sometimes I see a failure of imagination on the part of parts of the current generation around the sorts of things that need to be done and how they need to be done. And some of them are maybe caused by the fact that it seems way too radical. So fiction can be very helpful there and other creative enterprises. But I would also say that sometimes it's a failure of imagination because people don't realize that it's actually not that radical, that it's not so beyond historical experience to think about these sorts of changes. And we shouldn't be too pessimistic about our ability to cope with them. And I think, again, creative work can help there, including about the past. Thank you for the question. It's a really good question.
Thank you. And Amy, I believe, has a question.
Okay, it works. I think, yeah, here it's good. Okay. Before I start my question, I want to introduce myself. I don't know how many of you are a minority or indigenous here, and how many of you have been lived in a rural county, like have a close relationship with nature. But yeah, I'm a ethnic minority in China. It's called Dongxiang. We just have 670,000 people, and we have our own traditions, customs, rituals, etc. And also, I lived in a rural county in China, which is the poorest county in China. So what I wanted to see is when I was in China, lived in a rural county, it's very poor. So the relationship between human and nature actually is very bad. So it's unlike we have a very close relationship to the land, to the environment. What I have known about these people is that they rely on the land, and if they have any chance or ability to exploit the nature, they won't hesitate to do that. And then I moved to Beijing. Beijing is a very modern city, high buildings, but it's like we have less access to the nature, to the land, to the environment. And then I moved to Canada, and now I live around Loyola campus. As you know, Concordia University has two campus. This is Sir George Williams campus. Another one is Loyola campus. It's a very good place, like a lot of trees and rivers and the lake, all this stuff. I really love that place. So what I wanted to see this is that maybe it's offensive to some of you, but I dislike my relationship to the nature when I was young, because it's too poor. So it's very primitive and rudimentary, but it's not an idea now. But I dislike the relationship between nature and human in Beijing. It's too I don't know, to we distract from the nature. And I love my life now in Canada, because I can enjoy a beautiful weather, and I go for walk, jogging, and play tennis. So I see this because when we talk about the justice for future generations, one thing is very important to consider is that what kind of life do we really want to have? What kind of relation between human and environment do we really want to expect? And what kind of future do we really create for next generations. So I think when we create this, no matter it's a local institution or global institution, we have a blueprint of the future. So what kind of blueprint do we have? And so I think this is a very open question for James and Matthias. Oh, I think especially for Steven. So yeah, thank you.
Since I've been speaking a lot, maybe we could have the others go first on this one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. I mean, one of the things I am going to try to respond in a way that I think will perhaps merge with the discussion that we had around humanity and why does the question of human generations and intergenerational justice bring us to discussions around humanity? Why are they situated at the level of humanity? So in the discussions around the notion of the Anthropocene, I think this works, no? I think it's on, yeah. You know, very briefly, but in these discussions, some people say, look, we shouldn't be talking about the Anthropocene when it comes to climate change and environmental destabilization, because it's really the very rich of the rich countries, basically in the global north, they are causing the greenhouse gas emissions, they are causing all these problems. And then I think, I mean, a lot of that is true and has to be taken into account, obviously. I don't mean to downplay that aspect of it. But one response that has been given is to say that, yes, but again, climate change is not a single button issue. It's not just as if we could just, you know, somehow address greenhouse gas emissions and then we can just go on as we did before, because there are all kinds of other environmental problems, for example, deforestation and so on. And then that is not just caused by the rich. It is also not everywhere, not unilaterally and so on, but it is also conditions of poverty that force people to not engage in, let's say, traditional practices with respect to the environment, but force them into conditions where they are contributing to environmental problems at the local level, but also at the global level. For example, deforestation practices, overgrazing, overfishing, things like that. And that, I think, shows that it's very difficult actually to address climate change by isolating it, one, from other environmental issues, but also two, from global inequalities that have a history, and we talked about that history quite a bit, you know, a history of industrialization, a history of colonialism and so on. That's played a big role, I think, in our discussion so far at this conference. So that suggests that it would be good if we had a good, properly representative institution that could look at these problems, not just as single button issues. Right. And so this is the way I think it merges, your comments merge with a more general question of why does the issue of intergenerational justice lead us to also talk about humanity? So those are two different challenges, but maybe they must merge at this point. Right. So this is what I wanted to say in response. Thank you, Amy.
Tim, did you want to respond? No, okay, so then we'll throw this back to Steve again.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it highlights the fact, I think, that we should be, you know, careful about having simplistic stories about how things play out in different parts of the world and how environmental values are seen and realized in different parts of the world. I think there is, you know, work in economics that says that concern for the environment goes up with prosperity. I think that work, there's a little bit of truth to that. I think it's probably much more complex than that. And I think there's a real role here for thinking about different traditions. But I want to make a rather different point, which is, I think in a context that we're living in right now, where we've seen really radical change on the ground in a comparatively small period of time at the level of humanity's impact and the level of humanity's interaction with the earth. It's hard to tell right now how to think about sustainability and how to think about human well-being in relation to sustainability in the long term. So what I'm thinking about is the fact that, you know, in my lifetime, I think the world population, the human population has more than doubled. And the global economy by conventional measures has, you know, increased by an order of magnitude higher than that. So we're seeing really rapid expansion of humanity in terms of numbers, in terms of economic activity, and so on. So what it really looks like for humanity, sorry to keep saying humanity, Matthias, for humanity to live sustainably over the long term in ways that that support people's well-being in a rich way and in a way that involves a rich engagement with the environment, which you're emphasizing. I think that's a tricky question with a very heavy empirical side. So I think you're asking the right kinds of questions here, and the answers are not easy, because when the situation has changed so quickly and continues to change really, really quickly, it's very hard to know what the answers are about how to link human well-being and relationship to the environment. But I would just say, you know, personally, my attitude is that's a very important part of well-being, the relationship to the environment. So I'm not surprised that you've had the experience that you've had. How to support that kind of interaction for the environment for everybody on the planet over the long term is a difficult question, though.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we have about 8 minutes left. And I do notice, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I noticed that Professor Calbesa is tuning in, and it occurred to me that he may have some interesting responses to Amy's question in particular about the relationship between humans and nature and sustainability. And so Professor Calbesa, if you're there and you hear me and you have something that you'd like to contribute to this, I think we'd love to hear what you might have to say.
Oh, thank you very much for your question. It's a very important question. And she said that the relationship between human beings and the local environment is not good. It is very bad. I think that is what she said. But first of all, we need to understand the causes of these bad relationship between human beings and the natural environment. So as some of our colleagues stated, first and foremost, we should try to address environmental injustice. Among others, in some places, particularly some transnational corporations and even the governments of developed countries export toxic waste and dirty industries to the so-called developing nations. So the poor will be the victims of this. For example, if you take the case of some African countries, some transnational corporations export electronic waste under the name of aid. So they say that that will try to bridge the gap between developed and developing countries. But unfortunately, some of these electronic wastes are not functioning. So these are broken computers, mobile phones, and so on. So poor countries, particularly in Africa, are in a very difficult situation in order to get rid of this. if they want to, for example, bury this electronic waste, it will pollute their soil. So the people cannot benefit from this. And if they want to burn this electronic waste, the air will be polluted again. So because of this, many poor countries are in a very difficult situation. If they want to clean these things in their country, in developed countries, the price will be very, very high. So that is why they said that, so we want to help you, so you have to take these computers, laptops, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, these computers and laptops are not really useful. It will pollute the environment, and therefore we need to address this. And again, there are also some dimensions of local environmental injustice. Rivers will be polluted because of local industries, and the poor will be the victims of various forms of investment. And particularly the poor are not part and parcel of local decisions. So particularly in developing countries, governments impose what they call development on their own people without listening to the voice of the poor. Therefore, in order to address this again, we need to encourage the local people to participate in the design and implementation of environmental laws and other related issues. Otherwise, if you simply impose on the people what we call development, that will have negative consequences for the local environment and at the same time for the well-being of the people. As a matter of fact, therefore, we need to allow the people to be part and parcel of these investments. If you do this, so life can be good and improved. And as we said again, probably your locality was very poor, and because of this, you said you are not happy. You said you are happy in Canada, but even in that part of China, you can make your environment friendly, among others, by planting trees and by trying to reduce pollution, and by, as I said earlier, making transnational corporations and even local corporations accountable. So when they invest in your locality, therefore, the local people should also benefit from this. In some African countries, for example, oil companies have been exploiting the people and at the same time robbing these resources, and without helping the people to benefit from this oil and other natural resources. Therefore, these transnational corporations, as I said, should be accountable and should try to support the people. Among others, they can build schools and they can help the local people to benefit from their investment. Otherwise, it will be a kind of anti-development and will be a hindrance to the well-being of the people there. So among others, therefore, if you try to improve this, the relation between him and the natural environment can be positive. And sometimes, because of the fact that people are very, very poor, they cannot observe their knowledge, their local environment, and particularly their knowledge. Although they know that what they are going to do will further affect their environment, because they don't have any other choice, they will continue to overexploit their environment. As a matter of fact, therefore, the local governments and even other national corporations should support these poor people so that they will improve the living conditions and at the same time contribute to local development and human well-being there. So that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Calbesa. And on that note, we have to draw this conversation to a close and get ready for Mario Wenning and Roni Leung, who will take a 5-minute break, and we'll see you all very shortly. Thank you all very much.
Hi, Roni and Mario. I see that you're there behind the scenes if you want to. Hi, Mario. Do you want to just unmute yourself, making sure we hear you well?
Hello.
Wow, that's great. Yeah,
Okay.
really good.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Hi, Roni.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Mario. Hi.
Hi. Okay, great. So you're all settled. I see you're already screen sharing. That's great. So we see you, we hear you, we see your presentation. Everything is good to go. Just in case you didn't hear, folks here are just taking a little break, stretching their legs, getting something to drink, and then we'll get going. And I think it's Matthias who'll be moderating your session. So he's just getting set up now. Anyway.
Okay, so it's not Hassana. I saw her name somewhere in the previous program, but that may have changed.
That's right. I think it has changed, and Matthias is going to do it. So he's just getting set up, and I'm sure he'll say hello in just a moment.
Excuse me, Mario, would you mind my trying my sharing of the screen? That would pause yours for a moment, right?
Yes. If you like, I can also continue while you speak, because we have the same PowerPoint, whichever way you like, but I can stop for the moment. Yeah,
perhaps you will change the screen if this is possible, as
okay.
I made some minor changes. And let me try my sharing of screen first.
Mario, I stopped your sharing there for a second.
Okay,
what happened?
Great.
Okay.
I would also like to take the opportunity of having this off time to say hello to Joseph. It's always great to see you. Hello, Joseph. So I hope everything is going well with you.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, hello. I can hear you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm doing well, fairly well. Times are difficult, so but we're getting on well. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I think the last time we met in Beijing, no?
Yes, that was 2018 in Beijing, I think, yeah.
So already 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
4 years, sorry. Oh, yes.
Last year was like, well, last year went by, nobody knows what happened.
Exactly, yes. Let's hope this changes soon. And what's the situation in your area like?
Look, we've not really had bad figures here. It's a little hard to explain, but I can say two things. One is that we start treatment early here, very early. Particularly because people might think it is malaria or something. So treatment is started just right on the onset of an indication of illness, okay?
Yes.
And that seems to help a lot. And then the second thing is that it seems there is some level of immunity from malaria, previous malaria diseases, and exposition to other forms of ailments. So in the end, strong vitamin D you get from the sun, and etc. So it seems there is some level of immunity that's helping. So the numbers have not been very high.
Yes.
But nevertheless, it doesn't mean that it.
But he's talking now, so I could just ask him at the beginning. Yeah.
So the focus, if I understand correctly, is more on treatment, early treatment, and also more on resilience, and not so much on vaccination. Not so
confirmed 415.
Yes, not so much. Although the government is trying to put First Nations, but the vaccinations are not really available much.
Yes.
Because they cannot be bought. It's really expensive for the country. So the emphasis is more on early treatment and management of the treatment. The disease, using all sorts of things, but local and imported procedures. And in the end, it seems to come out well. Why I'm saying this is that and there was a research conducted in Lagos about a population of 16 million. And it was discovered that already about almost a quarter of the population have the antibodies of the antibodies against coronavirus, which implies that they had it somehow and they didn't fight. You know, they had it.
Yes, good vitamin, good vitamin. Good vitamin dose. Yeah, that's. I do hope, yeah, that we will ultimately, with all our different culturally inflected ways of dealing with this mess, return to a state where we can travel again and also meet in person again. That's very important, even though this Zoom conference is great that we have this during this time of crisis.
Yeah, it's great that at least there's some kind of substitute.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or otherwise the isolation would have been complete.
Yes.
Folks, I hate to interrupt your conversation, but I'm getting the signal from Matthias here that we're ready to go. So there has been a slight change in the programming, and Matthias will be moderating this session. Roni, is everything okay with you and your PowerPoint in the end? You're ready to go?
I hope so. It works, but if it doesn't, we'll continue to use Mario's. The rest we have the same one. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it looked good on our end from both of your screens. So on that note, I'll pass it over to Matthias.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Yes, very well.
We work. Oh, great. Wonderful. So here in the local audience, could I perhaps draw your attention to our discussions here? Thank you. Thank you. So I am moderating this session because Hosanna Sharp of McGill University unfortunately cannot make it this morning because of some emergency. So apologies and regrets from her end. Joseph, since we have you here and we had just this wonderful discussion, I was wondering whether you're fine with the time zone now, because there's been some confusion, given it's great that we can do this on Zoom, as Mario just said, but on the other hand, time zones are sometimes tricky to manage. Apparently times have changed elsewhere in the world. They've also changed here. And so it's been some confusion, but are we clear on this now when your talk is? Because you will be on after our coffee break here, which is 11:15 Montreal time, but I think it's 4:15 where you are.
It's okay.
Excellent, excellent. So great to hear. But now I'm very pleased to introduce our next talk by Roni Leung and Mario Wenning. Roni Leung received his PhD in philosophy at the Chinese University of Hong Kong a few years ago with a dissertation entitled One Young Ming's Way to Sagehood in Neo-Confucian Defense of Virtue Ethics Against Situationism. At present, Roni is a postdoctoral fellow at the philosophy department at the University of Macau. His research interests are in Chinese philosophy, ethics, and comparative philosophy. Dr. Leung has published a number of articles in scholarly journals, chiefly on Confucian ethics and virtue ethics. And our co-organizer, Mario Wenning, a long-time organizer of Nature Time Responsibility conferences, will be co-presenting with Roni this morning. And I think if I may say so, Mario will be the host of the next NTR conference next year. We're all looking forward to that. Mario received his PhD from the New School for Social Research in New York in 2007, has been a Humboldt Research Fellow at Goethe University, Frankfurt, and he has published many articles, and his most recent books, The Human-Animal Boundary, Crossing the Line in Philosophy and Fiction from 2018, a co-edited anthology. His monograph, Between Tragedy and Reconciliation, Utopia and History and Critical Theory, and The Right to Resist, Philosophies of Dissent, also a co-edited anthology. He's translated a number of books and is also the co-editor of the volume I already mentioned, the NTR volume called Environmental Philosophy and East Asia that should be coming out next year. So the title of their talk this morning, for us in the morning, in any case it is Ghosts and Intergenerational Justice, a Confucian Perspective. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for the kind introduction. So it's a great pleasure for Roni, who will speak during the core of the presentation. I'll start and say a little bit towards the end to participate in this wonderful conference. And I can only half imagine how much work it has been for Matthias, Jing, Becky, and Anna to put together this conference, because as a hybrid event, one has twice the work as an organizer. So everything has been working out very well, and that's really wonderful. And thank you for this. And I'd also like to reiterate the invitation that Matthias already mentioned on Wednesday and just stated again. So hopefully some of you may consider joining our future Nature Time Responsibility conference in Spain. And I just this month moved here, or no, it's October, last month moved here. So I'm still in the period of transition, but if everything goes well, then hopefully sometime next year we'll be hosting the conference in Andalusia in southern Spain, and also hope to expand the NTR network by especially highlighting the exchange with Africa and also Latin America, which we haven't been doing that much recently, in part due to the geographical location and history of Andalusia, which is, as you know, the southernmost tip of Europe and the gate to Africa, and also has a long history of 800 years of Muslim rules, in which we had one of the few tolerant periods in which there really has been a genuine dialogue between Muslim, Christian, and Jewish traditions, and philosophers like Maimonides and Averroes have been active here. So hopefully some of you consider joining this event either in Sevilla or in Cordoba or in Granada at one of the Loyola campuses. And so it's a good continuation, since Concordia also has a Loyola campus, and Amy in her previous remark mentioned that it's very beautiful. So we'll have a nice continuity there. So let's start with our presentation. This has been a collaborative project, and in a way, for me, this is also learning by doing, because normally when engaging with the Chinese tradition, my sentiments are very much like those of James Miller, who expressed his critique of Confucianism and his plea for strengthening the Taoist contribution to the Chinese canon. But Roni has been a terrific dialogue partner over the last years, and his specialization is in Confucian ethics and metaphysics. And so what we are trying to do, at least in a way, is to pick up some Confucian motifs and rescue Confucius against the Confucians, or defend Confucius against the Confucians, and recover some aspects which we hope are not just invented, but actually are really present and prominent in the Confucian and classical Chinese canon, but are not often discussed in the explicit mainstream Confucian literature. And this is the reference to ghosts that one often finds in Confucian and related classical texts. So, and we have a problem even of concept matching here, because it's not so clear whether the Chinese concepts of Gui or Shen are well translated with the concept of ghost and spirit. And usually Western philosophers, at least in classical times, don't speak a lot about ghosts. And so mainstream scholarship has not picked up this element explicitly, even though there's some discussion of ancestors. So our presentation is divided into 4 different sections. An introduction that briefly mentions the role of ghosts in the classical Chinese tradition, by way of, in the second part, introducing an example that documents the ancient conception of ghosts, and then Roni will explain in some detail how Confucianism has transformed these conceptions of ghosts. So shows how we have different strains in the Chinese traditions in engaging with ghosts, and argues that Confucian humanism has elaborated a conception of ghosts as if they exist, conception of ghost engagements that emphasizes humanism. And then we'll have some concluding remarks. This is very much work in progress, and we've been up until now gathering some sources. And so the argument we'll be developing is up for discussion here, and we hope to receive some feedback. So in the ancient Chinese tradition, the existence for ghost is basically taken for granted. It's presumed that ghosts exist. There's not a big discussion whether ghost exists or not, but this is taken for granted. But there is an explicit discussion how human beings should relate to ghosts, and this is a debate between different Confucians and like Mengzi and Xunzi and Confucius, and also in the Taoist tradition. So in historical, the Western scholarship, not only starting with Max Weber, but already with the first reception of Chinese teaching during the 17th century with the Jesuit missionaries, has emphasized that this is a core ancestor worship is a core element of the Chinese tradition. And usually it has not only emphasized that this is the case, but it has identified ancestor worship and ghost beliefs to be the root causes for what they considered to be the outdatedness of the Chinese tradition in comparison with certain Western ideas. So Weber, for example, writes, in historical times, the most fundamental belief of the Chinese people has been to ascribe power to ancestral spirits, not exclusively, but predominantly to the spirits of one's own ancestors. And for Weber, the moral evolution to humanism did not entail the disenchantment that provided the conditions for rationalization processes that we find in the Western tradition. So he explicitly blames especially magical practices that are connected to ancestor worship and ghost relationships that we will distinguish in a moment, for the lack of what he considered to be rationalization processes that in the West he argues the Protestant Revolution has been extremely important for. And here then we reconstruct the Confucian Tao, or the Confucian way, which highlights that there's an indebtedness to ancestors that are considered to be subjects worthy of gratitude rather than entities one seeks help from. And this is the Confucian contribution that in our from our perspective, at least, people like Weber have not understood, or at least not properly taken into account. So let's start and look at the classical conceptions of ghosts that we find even before the Orthodox Confucian canon was formed. So here is an example documenting the ancient conception of ghosts. This is from the Zor commentary, which was written in the much earlier, but was finished by 300 before the Common Era. And this is has been John has become a reference point for many artists and historians, not only in terms of content, but also in terms of style. And what we find in there is a couple of really captivating ghost stories, almost a form of Gothic literature that we find here that early. So here is one of them. The Prince of Jin dreamed of a huge vengeful ghost with disheveled hair hanging to the ground. It beats its chest, leapt up and down, and said, "For you to murder my descendants was unjust, Bu Yi. I have the high god's approval of my request for revenge." And then it continues, the Lord woke up from this dream and summoned the shaman of Sangtian. What the shaman described corresponded exactly to the dream. The Lord said, "What then?" He replied, "You will not eat the grain of the new harvest. So you will die this year, basically." The Lord fell seriously ill and sought a physician from Qin. So first he goes to the shaman, then he goes to the physician after becoming ill, which had been anticipated in this ghost dream. Before the physician arrived, the Lord dreamt that his illness assumed the form of two boys who said, "He is a skilled physician." So the boys already know that the physician will be coming. "I fear he will harm us. Where can we escape to?" One of them said, "If we lodge above the diaphragm and below the heart, then what can he do to us?" So these two boys then that appear in the dream hide very well inside of this porous organism. Then the story continues. The physician arrived and said, "There is nothing to be done about the illness. It is above the diaphragm and below the heart, where it can neither be overcome with heat treatment nor reached through acupuncture. Medicine will not get to it. There's nothing to be done." So then to finish the story, in the 6th month, on the Bingwu day, the prince of Jin wanted to taste the new grain. And he summoned the shaman of Sangtian, who had said, "Well, you will not eat this new grain," and showed him the new grain and had him killed because his prophecy was mistaken. When he was about to eat, though, he became bloated, went to the privy, fell in, and died. And so here we have this revenge story. And so the original prophecy of this ghost turns out to be true. And there was nothing that could be done about this. So this is an example of powerful ancestors who act as agents of revenge, because a little bit of context tells us that this particular king killed this other community, this other clan. And so the ancestor, or rather the ghost of the victims that the king killed, serves as a stand-in who takes legitimate, or just, in the quote we have just seen, revenge where no other option is feasible. Neither shamanism nor medicine works. Ghosts announce themselves in dreams and act in reality, as the story shows. And the power of ghosts of revenge is considered superior to everyday rationality and to science or medicine, as well as to religion or shamanism at the time. And very interestingly, the expression that occurs in this lengthy quote I just read, "The disease has attacked the vitals," or Bingru Gao Huang, became an idiom that means a problem without a solution. And this continues to the present day, and it's a well-known idiom, and it comes from this particular ghost stories of the ghosts that have such efficacy that they can overcome whatever instrumental rationality or science or religious practices are capable of doing against them. So this is to document the classic conception of ghost. And if we look at this book, but also many of the other literature and philosophical sources of the time, but also the architectural findings that we have, especially tombstones, we find a huge diversity of ghosts in the classical Chinese tradition. So the belief in ghosts and the spirit world more generally emerged during the Shang dynasty, so already 1600 to 1066 before the Common Era, and the cult of ancestors, gods and ghosts came into being. And human ghosts are living dead who did not become ancestors. And there are different reasons why somebody could become a ghost rather than an ancestor. Usually ghosts are ancestors from other clans but there are reasons why they become ghosts. And these reasons include that either human beings have suffered a violent death, they have been extremely immoral during their lifetime, or, and this is an interesting idea here, they lack descendants, or they lack the proper descendants, and so there's nobody who respects them in the afterlife and nobody who permits them to be ancestors, and therefore they keep on haunting the living. And so the living dead in the form of ghosts then become revengeful. And there was a further differentiation. Actually, we just mentioned a couple of different ghosts that we have of the spirit world that occurred during the Chu religion under the influence, especially not of the classical traditions, but of Chinese indigenous animistic beliefs. So Amy has mentioned that she's from an indigenous Chinese minority, the 54 or 56, however one counts minorities. And here we also have close borrowing from these Chinese indigenous cultures that the later traditions of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism have in a way incorporated. And this included animistic beliefs, shamanism, and certain divination practices. And in a brilliant dissertation, our student from the University of Macau, Hu Qiang, who is now working at Shandong University, I believe, has shown there's a different typology of ghosts that includes human ghosts, and among these human ghosts are especially the Ogui, the hungry ghosts that are the most common reference points, the blameless ghosts, and the sad ghosts. So the hungry ghosts are the most common ones, and this already documents that China has been a culture where for many periods in history, food has been a real shortage. And so one imagined these vengeful goats to be suffering, especially from hunger, because they did not receive any kind of sacrifices because they did not have ancestors, or at least not ancestors who paid respect to them. And then we have the large category of nature ghosts who became increasingly replaced by these human ghosts. And these nature ghosts include animal ghosts like bugs, for example, plant ghosts like we have the bush ghosts, natural element ghosts like ghosts representing wind and wildfire, and also geographical or locality ghosts like the hill ghosts, but also household ghosts like the stove and the kitchen ghost. So all of these ghosts have different functions and different justifications, how they emerged, what their different potentialities are, and how they are capable of interacting with the human world. So there's always an interchange between the unseen world and the seen world, or the world of these ghosts and the world of the living human beings. So, I believe this is already the point where Roni will start to talk. Is this correct, or? Or not yet?
Perhaps you can also do this one, yeah.
Okay, so the last one I'll be doing. So in this classical conception, what we see is a kind of instrumental relationship between humans and ghosts, and the descendants worship the ancestors while the ancestors offer protection and assistance to the descendants, and spirits linger after the death of the body, and that they must be nurtured through pious feasting rites of cold sacrifice is extremely important to keep the relationship between ancestors and the living intact. And food, even goods like monies, serve as sacrificial gifts. This is something that when I moved to Macau, I often talked to my friends and students about, because apparently there was the liberal camp of sacrifices that said, well, you better give money to the dead because they have individual wishes, and so they can buy themselves what they wish. and there's the more orthodox camp that said, no, we should be offering oranges and meat because we know what they want. And then there are more modern groups who include Mercedes that will be burned, like fake Mercedes, and money, of course, is very important to be burned in addition to the typical incense sticks. And then finally, my colleague in Macau, Victoria Harrison, has also argued that if ancestors or gods are neglected, they may become malicious ghosts, which I have already mentioned. And this much I'll hand over the audio to my colleague, Roni.
Yes, I'm trying to share my screen with you. Could you see the PowerPoint?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So hi everyone. It's my great pleasure to share with you my understanding of the Chinese tradition. And thanks, Mario, for introducing to us that there are many kinds of goals in the Chinese tradition. And for our conference topic, we will focus on human goals, particularly the ancestor goals. So concerning the mutually beneficial relation of human and goals, so human beings perform sacrifices to the goals, including the ancestor goals. And the sacrifices will usually include meat and alcohol, apart from what Mario mentioned. So for example, in the Zhou dynasty, the king used 3 sets of animals, where a set will include a pig, cattle, and a lamb. And the feudal lord used 1 set only, the officials use a pig only, and even the commoners will use fish only. But there's something interesting here that the Book of Rites said that sometimes different forms of meat are used for different sacrifices. So they will vary from the form of blood, raw meat, broiled meat, thoroughly cooked meat. So a kind of explanation is that whereas immediate ancestors and local spirits can be propitiated with tasty food offerings, the distant and higher rank spirits respond to the stimuli of qi, that is the vital energy or vital forces, the smell or the fragrance, right? So it's quite interesting because they would believe that perhaps we human beings and the spiritual beings will have different sensation or different perception, right? And beside that, they will also include ales or alcohol, which is generally produced from germinated grains with mixed with steamed rice and water, well, with fermentation. So these practices survived in present Chinese folk religion, and are particularly important during certain days such as the tomb sweeping holiday. Right? Well, on the other hand, ghosts can be beneficial to us. Right? So the ancestors are said to be able to communicate with their descendants via dreams, divinations, and they can interfere with human affairs. So, for example, as written in the Zhou commentary as well, the general Han Yue had dreamed of his father telling him, tomorrow morning, avoid the left and the right side of the chariot. So that's why he stood in the center and avoid death in the war, right? So there are numerous examples that document that the gods or the ancestor gods will interfere with human affairs and bring us benefits, right? Oh, sorry. All right. So we have talked about the ancient conception of gods and the mutually beneficial relations between human beings and gods, particularly the ancestor gods. So we will now turn to humanism, reviewed by Confucius. So here, when I talk about humanism, I'll talk about the emergence of the moral awareness in human beings. Right? So Confucius perceives the spiritual world from a moral perspective, Namely, ancestors are recipients of gratitude rather than entities that we seek benefits from. So, well, first of all, it may be tempting to say that Confucian humanism is a form of agnosticism, or it attempts to overcome the belief in the spiritual world. So these two passages are often quoted to support such a view. So for example, when asked what wisdom is, Confucius said, working on what are right for the common people, respecting the ghosts and gods while keeping them at a distance. This might be called wisdom. And the other paragraph, when a student asked about how to serve ghosts and gods, Confucius replied, you are not able even to serve men. How can you serve the ghosts? However, our view is that if it is a kind of agnosticism, the Confucian agnosticism emphasizes a double perspective, namely the awareness of the finitude of human connection and the respect for the spiritual world as if it exists. So it focuses on human obligations instead of instrumental interactions with the spiritual world. So more specifically, Confucius did emphasize the importance of sacrifices and took goals as if they exist. So the goals exist from a moral perspective, right? So according to Confucius, it shows a lack of benevolence and affection if we take the dead to cease to exist entirely, right? Whereas it shows a lack of wisdom if we take the dead to exist in a way as the living do. So we can see that the concept of vengeful ghosts as depicted of our story largely disappears in the Confucian canon. So we can first look at our relations to our ancestors. So the first concerns our dead parents. Sorry. So concerning our dead parents, right? So a child receives the life and the body and nurturance from them, just as Professor Marian Kotukwan has mentioned 2 days ago, that Confucius said that a child ceases to be nursed by his parents only when he is 3 years old. So a child ought to be filial to his parents. So apart from serving them physically, they need to be respectful and remonstrate them when they commit a mistake. Also, when they pass away, Confucius said that you should comply with the ritual in burying them and in offering sacrifices to them. And we are also indebted to the distant ancestors. So gratitude to distant ancestors is kind of extension of the gratitude to our parents, right? So this Jusi, a prominent Confucian in the Song dynasty, said, examining where one's body comes from, there must be the origin, namely the distant ancestors, Yuanzhu. After all, we share the same bloodline. One cannot be without the feeling of reminiscence. So how do we exactly conceive of or perceive our ancestors? So Confucius' insight here is the idea of rule as if. So the analects reads, sacrifice as if they were present means to sacrifice as if the gods were present. But Confucius said, if I cannot take part in the sacrifices, it is as if I haven't sacrificed at all. So here we can see that the god and ghosts exist only during our transference, 感通, namely our connection, our mutual feelings, and our resonance with them. So it is to say that the gods or ghosts exist from the moral perspective. So ghosts and gods are not entirely non-existent, but they are not concrete existence that can assert influence to us as the ancient people used to think. So Jusi also admitted or also developed this idea of as if. So Juicy think that, right? Yes, it is not clear that how the spiritual beings like the ancestor ghosts would receive the benefits. Right? So when asked whether performing sacrifices to heaven and earth and the mountains and the rivers that involve expensive gifts of animal victims and alcohol is merely to express the sincerity of one's heart mind, or is it really invoking something? Juicy replied that if nothing comes to enjoy the things, who are we performing the sacrifice to? What is it from the above that generates the feelings of reverence and awe? However, it would be absurd to say that this something arrives in the cloud chariot. So just like this picture depicts, so it would be absurd to think of certain celestial being riding on a cloud that would come down from the sky to receive our sacrifices, right? So we have a new meaning of sacrifice, namely one from a primitively religious one to a moral one. So it also implies an alternative perception towards the spiritual world. That means we are no longer seeking for protection or blessing from the ancestors. So it can be said, it can be seen as we are not focusing on how exactly the ancestors receive the sacrifices. But rather, the sacrifices are expressions of our moral feelings, our gratitude, or appreciation to them. And it is an extension of filial piety. So a further elaboration will be about how best we can serve or reciprocate our ancestors, right? So apart from the sacrifices, the answer is that we need to be a moral person, right? So just as Professor Timothy Connolly mentioned yesterday, we are to be a filial son, we live the right values, right? We are to be a cultivated person, so we can demonstrate or exhibit the virtues of our parents. So this is what is said in the classic of filial piety, right? So Mario will have a conclusion with us, right?
Thank you, Roni. So could you go back to the concluding slide? So,
oh, sure.
Thank you very much. So just a few concluding remarks, very tentative conclusion. So we would then like to argue that the Weberian thesis cited in the beginning, that ancestor worship in China prevents rationalization processes, needs to be revised. Confucian humanism promotes the transformation of an instrumental relationship to the spirit world to respect or as if conception that focuses on normative obligations instead. And yet we do observe, and this is something I think that's really a live world experience of visitors in modern China, that in folk religion, sacrifice and also the belief in vengeful ghosts continues to exist, and up until this day, if even in the most modern of cities like Shanghai or Hong Kong or Beijing, the property prices close to cemeteries tend to be at least a third lower because of the widely spread fear of vengeful ghosts. So this is still very much ingrained in otherwise extremely modern subjects. So folk religion doesn't just mean back in the countryside, but it's still a widespread practice, while in the West it may be the opposite way. In Germany, I would venture to think that an apartment that's close to a cemetery tends to be even more expensive, because cemeteries are beautiful green spaces where people enjoy to take walks nowadays. So that's a cultural difference. But more interestingly, from our perspective, is that this folk religious belief in vengeful ghosts that has been overcome in Confucian philosophy continues to exist. And so the question arises, why does it continue to exist? Does it simply suggest that these philosophical rationalization or evolution processes haven't fully taken hold in society yet? And here we would like to at least throw in a hypothesis. We think that these ghosts, especially vengeful ghosts, serve as stand-ins in the absence of other modes of practicing restorative or other forms of justice. And so there are certain institutional mechanisms that prevent the spread of this humanistic Confucian notions of normative commitments and respect conception towards ghosts in light of certain the absence of other means to articulate claims for justice. And so, for example, the reference to these vengeful ghosts often occurs after failed revolutions in China, be it the Tiananmen massacre or the recent revolt in Hong Kong. But I can only say this because now I'm speaking from Spain, so I don't claim that this is Roni's opinion. So thank you very much. We would like to end our presentation here.
Thank you.
Mute. Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me now? Okay, now, okay, we got it. So thank you very much, Mario and Roni. Questions from the audience? Yeah, I see many questions here, so that's good. Great. I think Sechen, please, we begin with you because you haven't spoken yet today. Yeah, I think the camera will, right? Yes.
So very glad to see this very interesting presentation about ghost. But I have a question, because I think in the ancient China, the ghost and our ancestor has very huge differences actually, because such as in Confucius, he said we should respect our respect the ghost and the god and far away from them. But in a lot of ritual ceremony, he also very emphasized our ritual ceremony to our ancestors. So actually, they are very different stuff. And second, so in China, actually, I went to the the urban area in China and look around the villages and countryside. Actually, in China, from the ancient time till today, according to the Fei Xiaotong's work, and actually our local religion is very different with our noble families religion. Like for the people learning about Confucius, they treated the religion more, more maybe rational way. But in the countryside people, local people, they have very indigenous, understanding about their religion. So actually, there's also the different stuff. So I don't know, Professor will respond the difference between the ghost and ancestor and also this question. Thank you very much.
Roni, would you like to go first?
So perhaps this will be about the difference between the Confucian doctrine and the religious or the folk traditions on the other hand, right? So you mean there are two ways of treating the gods and the ancestors, right?
Okay.
So that's right. So what do you think, Mario?
Well, the conception that we borrow from this anthropologist, Arthur Wolff, who already in the 70s and 80s was writing his interpretation based on research also in Taiwanese villages. And the claim that he has is that actually these are spiritual entities who have two faces. So the same spiritual entity could be your ancestor if everything goes well, meaning that if there's offspring that's actually providing sacrifice and so on, but could also be a ghost towards strangers or towards people who have committed harm. So he says they have these strange double faces, but ideally from a normal Confucian perspective, we hope that we have primarily relationships to ancestors, and this is what Confucius primarily thinks about, while folk religion is thinking at least as much, if not more so, about our relationship to and engagement with ghosts, especially potentially revengeful ghosts.
Yeah, I'd like to go on because we have a number of
Yeah,
other
yeah.
questions. But thank you, Sachin, and maybe we can come back to this later. We'll see how the time develops. Jing, you want to go next? And then after that, we'll go to Hiroshi, who also raised his hand.
Okay, I have to figure out where to face. Thank you so much, Roni and Mario. It's very interesting, especially the pictures that we've seen. It's very dynamic picture of one being chased by the ghost. So I think there is I see the transition between the more metaphysical understanding or ontological understanding of ghosts to the more moral and normative understanding of the ghost in the Confucian tradition, that the ghost's function is mostly social, or mostly social, or the function is actually mostly towards that's around, right? Because the function of the ghost is to remind the living what they have done and what it's important to them, and possibly to remind them the past generations or the future generations that's not there. So we grant this ghost this quasi-agency to remind the current generation something was that's supposed to be important to them. So I think this as if idea, it's really, really interesting to me, because this as if idea is that for the social and moral function of the ghosts, we treat them as if they exist, even though ontologically and metaphysically, the Confucians don't make that commitment, right? They don't say they actually do exist. They just say, let's do it as if they exist, as if our ancestors are around and watching us and our moral behavior. So there's this as if. But I wonder if this very helpful way of assigning the social and moral role to the ghosts also prevent the Confucians from, or influence the Confucians, later Confucians, from developing their metaphysical views. Because there is the inclination or tendency, if one have an agnostic view, some people may say, well, if I don't know, if there's no evidence of my ancestor spirit around, then they don't exist, right? So that's one tendency, one inclination. But with the Confucians, they take the other inclination, right? So we don't have any evidence our ancestors exist, but for the sake of our current society, let's pretend they do, and let's act as if they do. So I wonder if that social function of the ghosts would have some kind of influence down the line of the development of Confucianism in their metaphysical views. So that's my question to both speakers.
Maybe just one sentence. I very much like this. Thank you so much, Jing, for this remark. And I agree that metaphysics can help to explain whether certain ideas are successful or not. And if one has a conception of ghosts as if that cannot be proven, this may at least in large strata of the population not really be convincing, and this may also explain why we have a move away in the Chinese intellectual tradition, where increasingly it has been Buddhism that becomes, in a way, the main heralding force for ghosts, and in Confucianism it kind of drops out to the point of modern Confucians not even discussing the issue anymore. But since Roni is an expert about the as-if conception, the Ru in Jushi, and the transference, maybe you can give a deeper answer.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. And perhaps I may think in this way that Confucius is not primarily interested in saying that, see, your ancestors are watching you, so you better do good. I think is not his primary concern. Rather, I think in promoting the sacrifices or remembering our ancestors, Confucius is to cultivate our benevolence heart mind, because we treat or we take the ancestors to be as if existing, because the benevolent person does not bear to think of the dead as totally gone, as totally non-existent. So it is because of his benevolence that he treats it as if they really exist. So otherwise it will be merciless. Then my dead parents are gone, then just everything goes. No, but it's not the case. So by performing the rituals of sacrifices, we remembered our ancestors, and we are cultivating our benevolent heart mind, and we know how to feel gratitude, know how to feel appreciations, and then people will develop their virtue. So it is the function, if there is any function, if Confucius is to promote this as if conception, right? Just rather than we are watching you, so you better do this. Not the case.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. We're going to Hiroshi now. Hiroshi, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dear Mario, and I'm very happy to see you again. And if I may, dear Roni, dear colleague Roni, and thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, from which I have learned very, very much. Thanks so much. And in particular, I was very inspired by the notion of as if, or as if conception you mentioned in your presentation, or the element of transference in the sense of Sigmund Freud. And so the great role, the significant role of a transference in the Confucian ancestor worship. And this is very, very interesting to me. And I am asking myself, why, in what sense these elements, I mean, the as if conception and the element of transference play a great role in Confucianism, or in the Confucian ancestor worship. And I was wondering whether these elements are a reflection of the fact that in the case of Confucianism, intergenerational continuity take a great role. So intergenerational continuity is a very, very significant point. This is my assumption. And by the term of intergenerational continuity, I mean not only ancestor worship, but also respect for her own parent, and reproduction of her descendant. So I mean not only the past, but also the present and the future are very important. And I would like to emphasize this point, the intergenerational continuity, because I personally think that ancestor worship is not only is a case not only for Confucianism, but also many different religions all over the world. So in this sense, ancestor worship is very, very common all over the world. And my question is, what is especially characteristic for Confucianism? This is my question. And my answer would be that in the case of Confucianism, not only ancestor worship, but also respect for parents and reproduction of one's own descendants are significant. This is my hypothesis. What do you think about my hypothesis? This is my question. Thank you so much.
Roni, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question and comments. And I do note that the continuation of the clan, right, the family, that means you need to have offspring, is often mentioned in the Confucian classic as well. But for us, the contemporary, perhaps we think that I'm not willing, or I don't wish to have child. So am I very unfilial or what? So yes, I think this is debatable, because if we read the classics, and then there are cases that we need to see the core elements of the tradition, right? So the core values, right? We need to identify the core values, and how can we best express the value or manifest the value in different times. It is, I think it is a matter that can change, right, according to different times. So you catch the core values and the spirit, and you execute it in the best way in your times. So perhaps the value of filial piety can be expressed in certain ways in our contemporary world that perhaps is not very unfilial to not have a child, right? So it is one point. And if we catch the value of filial piety as what we have mentioned in the classic of filial piety, that the most important thing is to be a moral person, so that you can express or you can manifest the virtues of your parents, that you bring glory to them instead of you bring some disgrace to them. So I think it's the most important thing that you become a moral person. So this is the core teaching of the Confucianism as a whole. So this is the first point about the necessity of having the offspring. So what idea do you have in Wenning, Mario?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to add to what Roni has said, and thank you very much, Hiroshi, for these very important questions. So it makes me remind, I did not mention one aspect when interpreting the initial ghost story. Interestingly, something that appears in the dream of the king is these two babies or boys, right, that actually hide inside his body in a space where neither medicine nor shamanism can get to and make him die. And even though we are not sure, and this is a hypothesis, we interpret this as a form of ghost that is either unborn potential offspring that were not born because the lineage was cut off, in this case due to an act of violence committed by the king, were young children that were killed through the king in eradicating this lineage. So I do think that there's always this double feature, and I do think it makes sense, your suggestion to distinguish better than we have been doing our commitments to ancestors to our commitments to parents, because these are different commitments, and we read a lot in the Jing, for example, in the classic of filial piety about these different commitments. But I would also like to reiterate the point that Roni raised for a contemporary, any contemporary person reading these classical Confucian texts, and I think Jing will tell Matthias Moore has presented work on this already, will see some difficulties with a lot of these conceptions that do seem to be patrilineal, that do seem to be very problematic. And for example, to mention one example in the Xiaojing, if, for example, there's the advice, if there is any kind of conflict between your commitments to your parents and your commitments to your children, then you should always privilege the commitments to your parents, especially to your father, to the point of killing your own children. So there is a duty to sacrifice your own offspring if it needs to be, and then it's spelled out under what conditions and so on needs to be. And so I do think there's a problematic form of asymmetry, to take up one of the terms that has been very important during the first two presentations of Marion and Matthias, the very problematic form of asymmetry that privileges first ancestors, especially original ancestors, and then parents, and especially the patrilineal line. It's also explicit discussions about conflicts. Obviously, the parents of your parents count much more than the parents of your father count much more than the parents of your mother. And these are all extremely problematic priorizations. And for the world we live in, the duty to have children in order to continue the lineage, I find to be very problematic, and would rather say this should be an issue of personal decision. And so I think there we should be much more liberal and much less Confucian in this regard.
I also can understand you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I forgive me, but I put myself on the speaker list, and now that the concept of asymmetry was mentioned in explicit reference to Marion's presentation and my own, I do have a question myself. And one of the things that asymmetry means is indirect reciprocity, and indirect reciprocity also, in a way, poses the question that Hiroshi also asked: what about the ghosts of the unborn, right? So the offspring and people in the future. So can there ever be ghosts of the future? Because it seems the ghosts are always of ancestors. And this is the way I'd like to formulate the question. And that is, the notion of ghosts, I think, has sort of indirectly appeared in our discussion so far over the last 2 to 3 days. And in particular, when Daniel posed a question about the notion of the spirit of the gift. So in the context of the gift, when he alerted us to the critique that Lévi-Strauss leveled at Marcel Mauss on the notion of the spirit of the gift, which Mauss gets from indigenous practices, specifically of the Maori, but also of Pacific Northwest indigenous peoples like the Haida and the Tlingit and so on. And then in that context, I wanted to say that you had started out by saying that, well, Western philosophy has generally not been interested in ghosts, and I think that's true, but there is an exception, and that is the work of Jacques Derrida, who defended Mauss against Lévi-Strauss and all those anthropologists that have basically said Mauss's explanation just accepts too much from these indigenous practices of ancestor worship, where you have an obligation to return the gift and pay it forward to the future, because the spirits are in the gift, in the thing given. There is the spirit. And Derrida defended them on that, and then, of course, wrote a book on specters, specters of Marx, the specters in Hamlet, where there's also in Hamlet, in Shakespeare, is also the ghost of the father who demands revenge and so on. So the ghosts are there in Western culture, but need to be retrieved, perhaps, and given a certain status. But the important point I'm trying to make is that in the Maussian tradition and that interpretation of indigenous gift practices, the role of the spirits is to bend the owing forward. And it's not just owing backward, owing to the ancestors. And, putting food around the graves and so on, making sure they have something to eat, but it's actually about owing the gift forward. And that is the point of the spirit. The spirits, you know, in the gift practices that the Maori gift practices or the Pacific Northwest gift practices, you know, around the festivals of the gift, people wore masks that represented animals and nature and so on, but also ancestors. But the point was always that, well, the gift is sort of still hanging around here. It's demanding something of us, and that is paying it forward and not just paying it back to the ancestors. And I was wondering whether you had any indications of that here as well, in the Confucian tradition and in the pre-Confucian tradition that you were dealing with.
I don't know, Roni, if you know explicitly of ghosts that represent future possible people, but one aspect that I do think is important are these kinds of nature ghosts that drop out increasingly of the Confucian consideration. And I'm not sure if they could be described as future ghosts, but they are at least much more timeless or eternal or spiraling than those kinds of ghosts that the human ghosts represent, that tend to be in the Confucian tradition, usually backward directed. And yeah, there we, for example, also the gods, like the mountain goddess, is often portrayed as not only some remnant of the past, but also in reminding us to make responsible decisions about the future, in carrying forward, as it were, the gift of the mountain. And I was just mentioning to Roni in our very fruitful conversations during the last days that there is, for example, one poem, interestingly, by Mao Zedong, where he was already considering building the Three Gorges Dam that was then built in China much more recently after Mao's death and after Deng Xiaoping and so on. And there Mao was considering this plan, but then decided against it. And the reason in this poem that he cites, well, what would the mountain goddess think of it if we were to build this huge gorgeous dam and change the entire geography of this part of China? And we know what has happened. Some people blame even the Sichuan earthquake on the Three Gorges Dam. And so interestingly, Mao then decided to not opt for this engineering miracle, but his successors did opt for it. And Mao was citing the mountain goddess as the kind of reminding instance that was preventing him from going ahead with human domination against nature. So that would be a beginning of a response.
Roni, did you also want to respond?
No, it's good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have, well, we are out of time. Sorry, Amy, that we didn't get to your question, but Roni and Mario, if you can stick around a little bit, maybe Amy can still pose a question while we're having our break. But let me just say, it is time for our break here. It's a 15-minute break, and after that, we'll have Joseph Agbakoba of the University of Nigeria give his presentation. So please, in the Zoom and the local audience here, please stay with us. In 15 minutes, we'll have our next presentation that we are very much looking forward to. And join me in thanking Mario and Roni for their wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now we are just waiting for the coffee here.
Yes, it's not a question. It's more like a comment again. Working. Okay, see, you can see me, right? You can.
Yes.
See. I think I should. Oh no. I think. Okay, here. Yeah. I said I'm ethnic minority. It's called Dongxiang. Actually, it's I believe in Allah. So I'm a Muslim and I believe in Islam, but Islam is Confucianized after came into China. So on the one hand, I believe in Allah. On the other hand, I'm sorry.
You're from Xinjiang province or what's?
Yeah, it's a comment. Which it's a Gansu province and yes, Lanzhou, and actually it's a Kanglo County, and I just live in a countryside in a very poor county. So yes, so it's yeah, my background is very complicated, and I also study philosophy for 8 years. My grandpa passed away 7 years ago. We were very sad, but I think this kind of like as if thinking help us a lot, because yeah, we know he passed away, but we still believe, he is still there, and we cherish him, and we believe our ancestors can protect us. So it gives us a very big comfort in that moment. Also, I think when I think of my grandpa, like I think, oh, as if he exists. It's a very good feeling, because I can tell he never goes far away from me. And he is always, no matter, like he can be here, can be my parents, can like just around my parents, around my siblings. So it's, I think it's a very good feeling, and we practice sacrifice to my grandpa and ancestors each year. So it's like, it's a kind of filiality in China. So I think it's a very good feeling. So, but I also want to add like a response to Jing's question, because I studied religion, Christian, Islam, Buddhism, and yeah, it's a Jewish, all this religion. One very important question in this religion is the existence of God. And the question, how many angels on a plane. This kind of question actually like against the existence of God. Like when we rationalize this kind of when we rationalize this question, I think it's inevitable to lead to atheism. Like many modern people don't believe in God unless in the beginning they believe in God, right? So I don't think it's a good good practice. I want to say if we don't believe our ancestors exist, so what the point of sacrifice? What the point of like practice these rituals, and how to express our gratitude, how to express our sadness to our ancestors. So I think this as if theory is very deep and insightful. So like this ambiguity and uncertainty create a possibility for the cherish to our ancestors, and to create a connection between us and our ancestors. So we can tell we are never alone. It's unlike, oh, I don't believe God, does God exist? So where is he? And so it does immaterial thing exist. So at the end of this theory, I don't know how to like how atheism or people who don't believe in God like appreciate their ancestors. So it's I think this as if theory is very very good. Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing also your experience. And I would like to learn much more about Chinese Islam, because that's such an interesting story, and very little work has also been done about this interesting hybridization of especially Confucianism and Islam that happened in China during the last, I don't know, so many centuries, much longer than with Christianity already. And so that's extremely fascinating terrain. And yeah, I also, the as if theory, for example, it also has to do with the way we relate not only to the dead, but also to people who have lost people that were near to them. And for example, I don't know, somebody who has lost their parents and speaks to them in the present tense. It would be very disrespectful for me to say, well, you should speak about them in the past tense. And not only disrespectful, but it would be very dogmatic, because I mean, after all, their as if existence is in an unseen world, while we live in the seen world. And we as human beings are quite limited in knowing how and why and in what ways beings in this unseen world are constituted. And so I really think as if allows us, if we emphasize this enabling capacity, to make sense of mourning practices, to relate to dear ones, ancestors in very complex ways.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Roni. It's been a great pleasure to work on this, and looking forward to Joseph's talk now. I will turn off my video.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this one. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. May I call everyone back to their seats here? We'll get started in just a minute. All right, I'll start with the introduction. I was just reflecting a little bit on the fact that I am moderating again, filling in for Hosanna Sharp, who unfortunately can't be here right now. I didn't really want to impose my presence so much. So Becky just suggested I should just pretend as if I'm a ghost or as if I'm here, but not really. So maybe that helps. I'm very, very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Joseph Agbakoba of the University of Nigeria. I'm very happy that he is with us here. Professor Agbakoba is professor of philosophy at the University of Nigeria. He has been a Volkswagen Foundation grantee and fellow, an Alexander von Humboldt fellow, an alumnus of Budapest Central European University, visiting scholar at Cape Coast and at the University of Frankfurt. He was head of the Department of Philosophy at the University of Nigeria and Dean of the School of General Studies, Deputy Vice Chancellor at Madonna University in Nigeria. He's also the former president of the Nigerian Philosophical Association, and he is the regional coordinator for Africa for the Council for Research in Values and Philosophy in Washington, D.C. He's the vice president for Africa for the Conférence mondiale des institutions universitaires catholiques de philosophie and a member of the steering committee of the International Federation of Philosophical Societies, FISP. You may know that organization. His current research interest is in the field of development philosophy and ethics in relation to Africa and intercultural philosophy. He has published widely, locally and internationally. His most recent publication is the book Development and Modernity in Africa, an Intercultural Philosophical Perspective. Came out in 2019. So please welcome me and join me in welcoming Professor Agbakoba, who will be talking to us today on reasonabilism and the socio-centric foundations of intergenerational justice in African thought.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Okay. My presentation would be in a number of parts. Firstly, I would like to mention that there should be some background to this presentation, because I don't intend to simply interpret, the traditional perspectives on this issue, but I'd like to connect it to the contemporaneous world that we have, modernity and the questions of development in Africa, because these are crucial questions and challenges that we have. The main thing here is that my approach is broadly what I'll call a transcolonial colonial approach, which is an attempt to present the traditions as they are, but also go beyond them and beyond the received ideas from the colonial world, from the colonial era, and from the West, and from other parts of the world, to see what interprets and make out of our experience in the contemporaneous world. To begin, I will try to, I want to look at the idea of justice, broadly speaking. Of course, it is a little difficult to present all the diverse African views on this. So I am going to focus primarily on the Igbo, who live in the southeastern part of Nigeria. And among Igbo, the idea of justice is the idea of harmony. Harmony in largely the Socratian sense. because justice comes out as ndokwa, which means harmony. And this ndokwa is often said to be, or indeed in some circumstances, the greatest good. So I think that speaking then, we just is seen as harmony, and harmony is a fundamental good. Harmony also goes, so for the Igbo and for the African, justice is a highly prized value in the sense that harmony is absolutely important. Who has to contribute to harmony? Under what conditions harmony achieved? Some of these and related questions, I will like to point out that the basic ability, this is something you can find in the culture, but it is also something that I've had to kind of recreate in order to be able to connect both the traditional world and the modern world in an intercultural way. Now, reasonability is not simply reason. It is not simply the rationality of people, especially considered in its very schematic, formal way by Kant. Rather, it is the fact that you cannot even reason. Well, let me put it in another way, that the formal structure of reason must be embodied somehow in some milieu, even from the consciousness of people. And if we begin from the consciousness of people, reason is embodied in the structure of the emotions of people, and the structure of the performance of their will, and so on. So that the structure of a person's consciousness is expressed not simply in the formal thinking, but also in the ways by which the emotions, affectivities, the will, everything has come together to express a given form of and a certain form of train of thought. So it becomes so bound together that it is difficult to separate. It's impossible really to separate reason and the affectivities that go with reason. So broadly speaking, then, we can look at it this way. Every given embodiment of reason, every given expression of reason goes with an embodiment which accompanies reason in some form of affectivity, some form of connectors, and vice versa. Every expression has a structure of reason in it. So this is a combination then that goes beyond mere reason to incorporate ontology in the form of ontological beneficence, for example, that makes reason possible. Therefore, when we come from this angle, then we understand that the expression of harmony is great, or harmony is the greatest good, is an expression of people, the state of people's consciousness, the state of the institutions to build, the states of some forms of objectifications they make, and so on and so forth. And now, in the Igbo traditional world, this consciousness that is expressed in these things is connected both to the past and to the future. It's connected to the past via ancestors, male and female, to the divinities and the founders of communities, and is connected to the future by way of the importance of burn, in the sense that it is those same very ancestors and one's own personal being that illuminates, that enlivens the lives of the future generation. So it's a continuity of life from the past to the present and to the future in a very broad sense, in an unending stream. I was very interested in the discussion of the Confucian idea of ancestors and so on, they look quite close to the things we have in Africa. So then, when we talk of harmony then connection between the past, the present, and the future. They are not related much. We'll find that very often people living in the world of, people living in the actual world are connected to the ancestors. They are not simply their fortunes, but also their health, and everything about them is largely connected to the past. And this comes out very much in in the traditional knowledge system, which is a system of divination. And in these divination symbols, you have symbols connecting people to the ancestors and to the past, and also in a way can indicate things about the future. If a person is ill, for example, it is often at times the knowledge system, the divinatory knowledge system, can reveal this as some kind of disharmony between the person's between the person and the relationship with an ancestor. Maybe something was owed in the past. Maybe some wrong was done. Maybe some wish from an ancestor has not been performed. Maybe some burial has not been performed well, so that the ancestral is not at rest. And again, of course, these things, as I said, they are so interwoven that the actual well-being of people in the world, the actual capacities that it can have in the world of in their life worlds, are drawn from those places. Illnesses, for example, can be not just imbalance in the relationship between a person and the ancestors, and also it can also be the fact of, in some ways, the possession of unwanted spirits, evil. Things that you can call evil spirits. In Igbo, it's called a Kaliogoli. These are spirits of the people who did not do well in the world when they were here, and because they didn't do well, in the sense that they were respectful, in the sense that they were not hardworking, they did not attend to moral standards of the day, and so on, then they can relate to rest, and then they go about tormenting people. And so we in which people are directly and always connected to lineage, lineage wiles, but also to possible roaming spirits that could be harmful. This setting of the connectedness between the living and the dead future. Therefore, justice, seen as harmony, is a harmony connecting all these lines of beings and relationships. Now then, if we see this thing in this way, then a number of questions will arise as to how the transformations in the world of today has taken place, and what we might think. What is the relationship, for example, between the present and the future? Between between the present and the future generations. Now, the Igbo have a number of words that express the tremendous value they place on future generations. And it's the word Nkiruka or Azoka. Nkiruka means those that are coming in future, the future events and states, future are better, are going to have they're going to make things better. They are going to have a better life. They are going to make lines greater. Now, from the perspective of human, what this means is that those that are going to come, the future is bright. Not simply that the future is bright, but also you're going to have better conditions for the future generations. And if you have better conditions for the future generations, it also means that the life of the present is going to be enhanced. And the life of those who've lived in the past is going to be enhanced, because the lifeline that connects the past to the present is going to be. This comes out in the idea of affirmation. It has already been mentioned a little bit in the discussion of Chinese philosophy. The idea of let my name not get lost, which means that the life, the fire of life, if you like to call it that, the spark of life, the life-giving force which I bear, must continue in the future generations. Because it is only in this continuity that my own continuity and the of the life can be guaranteed. Therefore, ensuring that the conditions for the future generations are right for them to live in becomes a cardinal virtue, becomes something of cardinal importance. Because if this lifeline is broken, for instance, if the future generations who ought to be greater are unable to live because the environment, for example, has been destroyed, because some catastrophe has befallen them, then there will be a disconnection, and then the living in the world of the dead and the living in the world of the living cannot have life everlasting. Life everlasting, immortality, is a function of the continuity of the life spark which everybody bears. So it becomes very important that one has to secure the conditions for proper existence of future generations. Now, if we look at it from this angle, then we begin to raise a number of questions about how do we look at the environment in the world of today, and how do we look at preparing the conditions for future generations. And here we have the whole idea of how to handle the future formed in the world of, in the modern world brought about after colonization. In the traditional world, there were measures that we are taking to ensure, within the context of what people knew, the preservation processes, things that can make life better for the future. You had a number of taboos that ensured that the environment worked fairly well for people, taboos that controlled use of water resources, use of the forests, use of a number of things, that can enhance the lives of people. But those things have largely been, because they were ensconced in the traditional religions of the people. They had their value from the traditional religious belief systems. Now, though these belief systems have been abandoned, and you have mostly people being Christian, Muslim, and therefore we have the challenge now of how to ensure that the environment and the conditions for the future generations are preserved in ways that can work. Once you remove the sacred nature of the practices and they are secularized, yet the secular doesn't have enough power to kind of really compel people to behave in giving ways, including especially because the governments are not very strong. Then you begin to have the challenge of keeping to environment, ensuring that environment is working very well. That is a major challenge in modernity, which can be bridged by education. We can get to that, but the key thing is that the means of the control of people in terms of ensuring normative standards have clearly been eroded by modernity, and there is hardly any replacement hardly any effective replacement yet. That is a key challenge, is that the context in which people attained normativity was in the pre-colonial times, where described context and ethics, including the environmental ethics, and the foundations of those environmental ethics, where you have a much larger world. Even in Africa, the new states are much broader and bigger than the traditional societies. And so you have the challenge of the what you might call the horizon of consistency, the radius of consistency. Why, whereas traditional ethics was mostly partialist and circumscribed, you have people in conditions now where the demands put on them draw from impartialist standards of ethics and are much more universal. So that ethics needs to be developed more, and yet the conditions have not been really developed to enable people to be very active in this new altered environment in which they find themselves. A simple example is this: you expected, for example, to ensure that your immediate community is, in terms of the environment and other normative standards, is taken care of. And your immediate community is your natal community, where you are. But if you happen to travel to a very distant place, you're not, and so in a new place, for instance, in a city where you find with all the anonymity of a city, it becomes hard for the individual who is now kind of not bound by the earth goddess of this new city, nor the demands of an ancestor to ensure that his immediate environment is looked after, because it's not buried there. You find that the individual becomes kind of licentious, in the sense that you have some kind of freedom without any control, and it becomes difficult, or has imbibed some impartial normatives from alternative sources. Now, what time I have, but again, back to the question of reasonability. Reasonability translates in the Igbo practice is to be found in the idea of Nze. Nze, the code of ethics, was to lead somebody to nobility, lead somebody to long life, nobility, etc. Now, this code of ethics at the core of reasonability I described, but the way to translate of this, of a partialist interpretation of reasonability and a circumscribed interpretation, universal one, is the fact that expected to be to lead a life, practice normativity, keep to the normative standard, etc. Not simply bound in context in which you find. In a broader context, if we apply the idea of Enuboda, which is that the world is like a river current, the world is ever changing, and the world that thing is supposed to find reasonability. What that means is that the ethical man looking for justice has to find that justice in the changing environment of the world. And he can only do the world, both in terms of theory, having as broad knowledge about the world as possible, and having as broad contact with people as much as possible. And within that context, find the path of nobility, the path of reasonability, the path of good conduct. Therefore, I see a direct link between the traditional world and the contemporary world in terms of making having the conditions for justice and harmony for future generations in this idea of reasonability that enable reason in the context of a changing world, puts moral on the individual to ensure that he educates himself as much as possible, that he is aware of the conditions of the world as much as possible, and within this context, find the path of reasonability that accommodates both the past, the ancestors.
Professor Agbakoba, if you can hear us, we just lost your signal. Or at least we can't hear you anymore. Doug, should we ask him to try to turn off his video to save on bandwidth? Yeah. So we're just waiting for him to log back on. Apologies for this little interruption. Let's hope he'll be back on momentarily. I just wrote to him by email also to ask him to try logging back on. Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Hello?
you now. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you for logging back on. One thing you might try is to turn off your video and just use audio, because that uses less bandwidth and we may be able to hear you better and not lose you again.
Okay, all right.
Excellent.
Done.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so the point then, getting towards the conclusion, what we need is the fundamental interculturality that can enable people understand the context of reason in the demands of the modern world and apply this in the education process. We'll be able to connect the future, the present, in more meaningful ways that can guarantee harmony across board, the sorts of harmony in kind of reconfigured world that can be benefit to the past, present, and the future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. And I now open the floor for questions. We have plenty of time for questions. We have about 40 minutes for questions. So please, we have some questions here in the audience. Marion, you want to start us off? But for those of you joining us on Zoom, please feel encouraged to raise your hand or put a question in the chat, and I will be happy to relay it. You might want to walk up over here so we can see you up on the screen. Yeah, now
Okay,
you're
yeah.
okay. Just
No,
yeah, you got it.
there we go. Yeah, so thanks for that really interesting talk. I really appreciate it. I have just a brief question. I wanted to invite you to say a little bit more about this idea of justice as harmony, and the concept of harmony kind of as it figures in your talk.
Okay. Do I respond or take more questions?
Please. No, please go ahead. And for now, we're taking one question after another. So please respond.
Okay. All right. Well, harmony, broadly speaking, is the state of orderedness, the state of things being in their appropriate natural states and connecting relationally to other things in the way that nature or the divinity wants connected in such a way that everything occupying their own positions, their natural positions, their ontological positions are able to flourish maximally. Therefore, in the context of harmony, the idea of self-capacitation, if an individual or what is in a state of harmony and with nature, then its full potentials will come to flourish. This is a fundamental idea of harmony, and because of the harmony connects the individual not just to living human beings, but to animals and to speaking. That is how the traditional idea is. For this reason, for example, sensible to punish a corpse that is, that lies in state. For example, if there's a going on and a chicken hops across a man, a dead person who's lying in state, that chicken found out and killed because he has broken the natural harmony of things. He has misbehaved. It is not understand. People ordinarily speaking, of course, we say, of course, why the chicken has no mind. But from the angle of the traditional world, things have to be in their proper places, whether they are living things or non-living. This notion of harmony cuts across both living things and non-living things. And therefore, to achieve harmony is a fundamental ontological state of being.
Thank you, Professor Agbakoba, for that response. Do we have other questions from the audience, or? I mean, if I may put myself on the speaker list here, I'm also very interested in the concept of harmony among generations. I understand it's not just among generations, but in all the literature I've looked at on intergenerational justice, I have not heard the concept of harmony applied to different generations, and I find that very fruitful and interesting to explore. But I'd first like to invite you to say more about reasonability. So the way I understood your account, you started out by talking about the non-separation between reason and affect, reason and emotion, a separation that in the Western tradition is very prominent. But you argued for its non-separation and its relationship to an idea of harmony. And then, if I understood correctly, you showed in which ways colonialism, modernization, deracination, urbanization, processes of this sort have disrupted that harmony. And yet you think that reasonability, a certain understanding of reasonability, can reconnect us to the past and that harmony between the generations. And I wonder whether you could tell us a little bit more about reasonability, what it is today for you.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I will begin by saying that in the traditional world, there is a saying, first of all, we have to understand that we're dealing with a world of orature, in which the philosophy is encased in orature, not in literature. Okay. Now, there is the saying that if anything stands, whatever stands, translation, I don't have to bother to say it as it is in Igbo, because if I have to say it in Igbo, which is that whatever stands doesn't stand alone. It is always okay. Now, in that sense, therefore, reason cannot be conceptualized, at least in practice, in a living, separate from the affectivities that makes it possible. Some forms of affectivities and connectors can make reason blossom, and other forms of affectivities can diminish. Okay, so it is important, therefore, that in any given context, reason does not stand alone. But what sorts of affectivities and orientations of the will is it standing with in any given context? Some of these orientations of the will and affectivities can suffocate it, diminish it. Others can make it flourish. That is the basic thing. So therefore, when I say reasonability, it is that reason in company of those orientations of the will and affectivities that makes it blossom. That is what reasonability would mean. It will then mean a tendency towards the flourishing of reason. But of reason presupposes that the things around reason, the affectivities and orientation of the will, are such that can make reason blossom. Contrary-wise, when reason is diminished, it is because those things that around it, that should support it, that will make it work, are not making it work, but are diminishing. So I hope that is clear enough. And in this sense, therefore, we are thinking in terms of connected strings. Things are not really totally isolated, but connected in some kind of stringed manner, so that if one falls, the other will fall. If one stands, the other will stand. Given for intergenerational, the pursuit of reasonability becomes the pursuit not just of reason, but also those concomitants. I think that might be the best translation. Those connected existences, states of consciousness, affectivities, and orientations of will that make reason flourish. Given this, therefore, intergenerational harmony, the pursuit of reason, or rather the pursuit of reasonability that connects the future, the present, and the past. And what sort of connection will this be? It will be the connection that imposes responsibility on the living to ensure that the conditions in which the future generation lives would be one that is one that will enable them flourish. One then has to take responsibility for what is happening in the environment, the way the environment is managed. One has to take responsibility for providing for the future education of people. What will the new generation, what sorts of education are they going to be able to have? What sorts of health care? And broadly speaking, one really has to then think of these things, because responsibility, one sense of responsibility ought to extend to these, to the future. And that what it then means, your disposition towards the disposition one has towards the future must be benign in order to be able to make this work. Right. I hope this is able to give you more ideas about this.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a proposal as to this connection between reasonableness, responsibility, and harmony among generations. I mean, we hear a lot about ancestry and so on, and I think it is more easily grasped for us how we are connected to the past. The past is all around us in our infrastructure and in our practices and in our habits and in our languages and so on. And the future is often a bit more difficult, which is why in the previous panel, the question came up, how about ghosts of the future? Can we represent them in the future? And here, what I found really fascinating is the way in which you presented the concept of harmony among generations in such a way that the future isn't just out there. It isn't just distant from the past, but it has a certain presence in the present. So the future is not entirely cut off either, in the way that we think of the dead, for example, as having a certain presence. We can also think of future generations as having a certain presence. And my proposal for grasping these connections among reasonableness and harmony among generations would be that reasonability puts before itself the role that future generations already play in the present in understanding our very present as reasonable. So, for example, many of our practices that we think of as reasonable today, it seems to me, would lose some of their function and some of their meaningfulness if we did not presuppose a future world and future generations carried on some of our projects. So, I mean, would we still engage in cancer research if we did not suppose that there will be future people who benefit from it? Would we still have universities if there were no future generations after us? Why would we need them? For what? Would we still fix our infrastructure? I'm looking outside and there's a lot of construction going on in Montreal. And so maybe for another decade or so, but at some point we would stop engaging in these practices. They would lose their reasonableness. Would this maybe be a modern way of grasping harmony among the generations, again, in such a way that what you call reasonability instantiates itself?
Yeah, I think so. Because in a sense, the key word you use there is that the future is already in the present. Yes, yeah, it is. It is part of this sense of because it's like a relay race. The past comes to the present and moves on to the future, and in a way, people think, how am I going to come? I'm coming back to this world. And the vehicle for my coming back to this world is this living people here. That is a standard traditional way of thinking.
Yes.
I am coming back to this world, surely. You can have people tell their friends, I'm going to come back to you. I'm coming back to you. I'm dying now, but I'm going to come back to you. It's people say that easily in the traditional world. And so if you know that you're coming back, you're just right there, and you're just the narration. So the future, in a sense, exists in the present, and And that is a key to understand, a very important key to understanding the connectedness between these generations. Yeah. I'll agree with you in that, yes.
I think that's very powerful what you say in that regard. I think that's very important to grasp. We have another question here from the audience. Donica, please go ahead. Where's the mic? Oh, okay. So bear with us. Donica is turning on the mic and we'll ask a question.
Hello, thank you so much for that talk. It was really insightful.
I think it's better to look at that camera.
This camera? Okay, thank you. My question, I might be another just invitation for you to say more that you were already saying in your talk, but I was wondering about the relationship between like displacement or changing place and reasonability. So on the one hand, you described the way that having a long life in a place or being connected to place and others that live there bolsters one's resources for thinking well and living well and conducting themselves well. Which makes sense if we consider reasonability is tied to affect as well as tied to bodies and to others and to through those things, the place and the materials around you. So reasonability loses resources when a person's displaced or changes their location. But on the other hand, it sounded like it's in the response to changing circumstances that our reasonability is solicited or demanded such that we attempt to deploy it maybe more self-awaredly. I'm not sure if that's accurate or if you'd agree with that, but I thought I was hearing sort of these, two sides of displacement. On the one hand, you lose resources. On the other hand, you're called to think differently or more. And I wonder what you'd make of that and what the conception that you were thinking of and maybe the Igbo conception of these would tell us.
Well, right, that's a very interesting question. Yes, you see, the first place, I said that in the traditional world, it was not so much of a very mobile world, so concept of reasonability was kind of down a lot to space. But in the changing world, I think that the way to move from the traditional world to the new, the modern world we find ourselves in is the dimension, the connection, the idea of flux. Because there is I would say that the immobile traditional world also, but their real life world did not connect flocks to reasonability because they change in that world. But they now have a new world where there is constant change, lots of changes. And I think that the way to make sense, to connect with, to bring the traditional world into the modern world and still make sense is to now revitalize the idea of flux, because reasonability was taken for practice of reasonability. People live their lives and they were expected to be reasonable in the context of you move from that context. The only way the reasonability is to realize that there is the world was considered the first, and so reasonability be attained properly in the changing world that is being, taking consideration the changes and then being able to the path of reasonability in spite of the changing world. That is that's what I tried to. That was a challenge to be able to connect these two worlds. What I'm trying to do really is to be able to connect the traditional world in which reasonability was expected and practiced to the more dynamic modern world in which now the individual should be able to find reasonability in this world by being able to understand it, being able to understand its demands, directions, the various things you need to understand, and then be able to find a path of reasonability that harmonizes one's life within this new world. It is a lot more challenging, a lot more intellectual and moral challenge that is imposed on the individual. But yeah, well, that is the world we find ourselves in. That would be my response to this.
Thank you. We have another question from the audience here. Becky, please.
Hello, thank you so much. I've just, as I've been listening to the conversation and thinking about the notion of harmony and reasonability, and then now the word that you just used, which was flux, there's a term that keeps coming to my mind, which is homeostasis. And I'm wondering if this is useful in some way to the ideas that you're developing, because harmony, I think is a very important concept, and it's a very rich concept, but it also tends to evoke or has the possibility, the danger, the risk of evoking stasis. And yet the problem that you're addressing is the problem of dynamic encounters and change. And so I'm wondering if homeostasis is actually effectively it's harmony, but harmony as a dynamic process, harmony with a forward momentum and forward development, and also a form of harmony that allows for the error, the reasonability. We sometimes, no matter how hard we try, we sometimes get things wrong. But homeostasis and affect and these other resources that we have at our disposal help to sort of tug us back towards the right direction. But yes, so I'm just musing out loud really to see whether in some way this term might resonate with your work, or whether in fact I've completely missed something important.
Yes, very well. Obviously, what I was trying to express was harmony in dynamism, right? You know, a kind of dynamic harmony that is balancing, rebalancing itself. If you like, you call it a floating harmony that is always trying to discover and rediscover itself, and maintain itself in a changing world. Yeah, homeostasis would be very close to an expression of a dynamic harmony. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Do we have further questions, maybe from the Zoom audience, the Zoom participants, or locally? Well, if we have no more questions, then I suggest that we thank our speaker. Oh, there's a question here. Just hold on a second. So somebody's typing in the chat. So please bear with us here. So can I pull this up here? So yes, there is a question here from Andebit Aseva. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. What do you think about the implications of artificial intelligence and similar scientific and technological advances in shaping our conception of reasonability in the future generation of the traditional world?
That is quite a loaded question.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
You want me to read that again?
Yeah, I'm also seeing it here.
Oh, you're seeing it yourself. Excellent, excellent. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what you think about implications of artificial intelligence and scientific and technological advances, conception of reasonability. You know, we're talking about a transhuman here, for example. It's a bit of a transhuman discussion and what intelligence can do for us. I think that the way I would look at it here is, if we're still human, if artificial intelligence does not transform our humanity, then we're still bound by reasonability, the way we understand it as human beings. And this becomes very important for the traditional world, because in that sense, artificial intelligence becomes part of the changing world that we have, in which we are supposed to constantly cover our harmony. Artificial intelligence becomes not an obstacle to our existence, but part of our changing world. And we should be able, it is part of the challenge of flux, and we should be able to discover this harmony and transit from the traditional to the more AI world on the grounds of reasonability and harmony. That would be an expectation for humans. But if we begin to human and our humanity is changed by technology, then it will be a completely different question, because it will be a huge question. I am not sure I'll be able to go into that now, because whatever we become, but my recommendation would be that regardless of the intensity and degree of the change in the world, insofar as we're human, we should be the challenge we have, and which we must discharge, which we must pay attention to and solve, is finding that dynamism, finding harmony and reasonability in the dynamic world. That is that is what the challenge would be. And so it doesn't make any fundamental difference if the world goes more AI or not. The important thing is that we are able to anticipate those changes. And even if when we don't anticipate them and they come, we should be able to rediscover our reasonability and harmony within that context. I will also say in this regard that colonization was a hugely transforming process for countries in Africa, for example. It was very, very traumatic, very epochal. And the challenge we still have today is how to find the path of reasonability and harmony, not just within the African continent, but also globally. And that is why I think that intercultural philosophy is very important in this process. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for ending on that note. I couldn't agree more that intercultural philosophy can hardly be done without reflecting on the history of colonialism. And I'm very glad that you were able to join us today, and I hope that you will be able to stay on a little bit, even though it's getting late in Nigeria, I suppose. But if you have time, maybe this afternoon, we will then reconvene at 2:00 Montreal time for our afternoon sessions. And we have a number of really great talks ahead of us. So we're breaking then for lunch now. And thank you so much, Professor Agbakoba. We are very grateful for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So for all the Zoom audience, we will be back at 2:00 Montreal time and hope to see you then. Thank you.
Many thanks. Okay. Yes. So, just
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
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 And anyway, when you want to turn off your sound, like when Jing is presenting, just press that button again.
Try it now.
Hello, hello. Yes.
That sounds good.
So you and then you can mute yourself the entire duration of your talk, and then just unmute yourself when there's speakers. When there's questions from the audience, they already know this. They've been here for 3 days. They come up to a microphone here and face the camera, and they ask the question. Everybody can hear it.
Yeah.
And then the audience, you see them.
Doug, how do I turn the slides?
Are we on in the back there? Yeah.
So you should get close to it. All right, we are just getting set up in the space again here. Thanks everybody for your patience. Those of you on Zoom and those of you in the space. Hope you had a good lunch and a good break and good moment to stretch your legs a little bit after this morning's events. So I think we're good to go. So that's my cue to get out of the way and pass it over to Pablo, who will introduce Jing. Thanks very much.
Let's start again. Thank you, everybody. I'm very pleased to chair this session. We will start with Jing who is an assistant professor here at Concordia. Her talk's original title is Moral Progress and Moral Emotions for the Next Generation. But there's a new title here coming up, right? I go to you, Jing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pablo. Thanks for the introduction. So even though I think everyone here already knows me. So today I'm going to, as Pablo was observing earlier, I changed my title slightly, actually entirely. So now it's the 3 Confucian models that we're going to talk about today. So this is also a result of reflection and the feedback that I got from the previous 3-day conference, because a lot of the topics on Confucianism, relational self, and communal practice has already been covered, discussed. So I thought to use this opportunity to introduce a 2 additional models that I think can both address some of the criticisms as well as opening the discussion on some of the field that has been previously neglected. So before I start, I want to first note that Confucian philosophy is a living tradition, which means that it is always open to self-revising and self-reforming. So there is a different work that could be done, which is to restoring or investigating the original meaning of a classic Chinese philosophy, Confucian philosophy. But then there's a separate task, which is to revise and answer to the questions that's most important and pressing in the current time, and that itself has been the tradition of Confucian philosophy. So I want to keep that in mind as we move forward. So the three models I wish to discuss, actually, I'm going to focus on the last, but I will just briefly mention the first two. And in the first one, Professor Hodekon has already talked about in great details and length in our first day's conference, which is that there is the relational model of the self and our interaction with the community, that we're not just one individual, autonomic individual in the community. Instead, we're sustained and supported and co-created by our community. And in the second model, I think we haven't mentioned, but perhaps what my colleagues and students they're familiar with, because I talked about it in the past, comes from Meissner's, his extending of sympathy or empathy model, which is the idea that we can extend our natural emotions combined with adequate moral imagination. We can thus extend our natural emotions to members of beyond our community, or people we have not seen or have not met, or people down the line in future generation that we can imagine, our imagination and natural emotion can touch upon, but they don't have a concrete identity yet. So I will just use a few minutes to briefly mention the second model before we go on to the third. And then the last model, which is the focus of today's talk, is the mother-in-law model. Filial piety and respect for people connected by social relationships and future-oriented relationships. So I'll get to that later. So I explained this a little bit, Meissner's extending model, that empathy can be extended to Nanking, the faraway, unfamiliar, abstract objects. In turn, this extension, this exercise is not just, an exercise by itself in its own right. It also help place those people into our circle of care and circle of ethical consideration. So the idea is that the more we think about them, the more we feel for them, the more we do care and our moral consideration would extend to them. Very briefly, a while ago, philosopher Jesse Prince put together a number of criticism against the emotion of empathy. And I'll highlight the most relevant two, which is that it's not very motivating and at the same time is highly selective. Even though I would like to note a potential criticism just here, because if an emotion is highly selective and highly motivating, we can imagine it to be highly problematic. But if it's highly selective, it's not very motivating, maybe the problem is not very big. Obviously, one way around this to defend his criticism would be to say, well, maybe empathy or sympathy works in very subtle ways, that it's not very motivating at a spotlight moment, but maybe it's very nuanced, like in the long term that it can be motivating and it can be selective. But then the same would have applied to the motivating argument, right? In the long run, it can be very motivating if it accumulates in the right way. But the extending of empathy, which is the second model I'm talking about, is a combination of our natural emotions, like empathy, and also our moral imagination, that the people far away, what they are experiencing, and people in the future, what they would be like. Would they have the same suffering, the same worrying, the same desire as us? Would they have different set of worries or desires? So we do have this natural capacity And what perhaps is more important is that we do have this need as well. So it's not only that we can, but we tend to, we are inclined to, and a lot of times we need to think about what the future is going to be like and what the future generation would think of us, would feel about us. So I here give two very brief examples of method of extending empathy. One is to extend them based on a utilitarian approach, thinking, we need to extend our caring for as many as people as possible, and then to be as fair as possible, no matter where you are. You're far away or you're here in our local community, right? One other way is just to simply think about extension as, we're at the center, right? Then we just extend it little by little, degree by degree, right? So this is two very intuitive ways for us to think about extending of emotions. However, I want to argue that Meissner, what he had in mind of extension is actually different than both of these two models here. Because with us being at the center, it's very easy to imagine there could be problems, because the closer they are to us, the more we warm up, and then we're more inclined to like them, to help them. That could be problematic, right? So I will not. So for Meissner, what his contribution in this debate is that he was also trying to address challenge from the Maoists, who argue that Confucianism is too biased. It can breed nepotism, right? So the Maoists argue that we need to have impartial care. And Meissner wants to argue, no, that's not going to work, because does not match with human natural emotions and psychology. So this example, for those at Concordia, you're probably familiar with, you have heard of me talking about it at one point or the other. So this one example is about Meissner talking to a king who at some point saw an ox going into suffering and execution. So the king ordered to spare the ox, because the king at the moment felt a surge of empathy or sympathy within his heart and body. And then Meissner went on to say that the fact that you spared that ox is a proof that you can be a true king. Not only you have to think about a little bit about the citizens of yours, the subjects of yours that has been suffering because of taxation, poverty, or war. Just think about them, right? So here, I have argued in the past, and I think David Wong have argued in the past, and a number of scholars like Emily McRae have argued in the past. What has really happened here are a number of things. You first had empathy or a warm feeling for one particular object, which may not have a lot of ethical significance according to Meissner. Now we might have a different view about the ox, right? But then Meissner was trying to use that as a falcon to arise or exercise the king's empathy, so it can be applied to the subject that the king is more alienated from, right? His own people. Even though there's irony here that king felt closer to a non-human animal, right, than his own people. So, and then the interesting thing I want to point out is that it's not that the king would see, oh, those people were exactly like that ox. And it's also not that the king would say, well, these people and the ox, I can't tell them apart. They're, I confuse them, therefore I feel the same emotion to them. Right? So obviously the king knows the difference. But what Meissner is trying to do is to aspire a natural empathy for the people based on the previous interaction. And we see this in our lives as well, right? So one day I walked past a poster. It was saying, be a hero and adopt and rescue a dog, right? And then on the poster, there is a very cute puppy there. So at the moment, I thought maybe if I ever were to rescue and adopt a dog, I will call that number. But I do understand if I were to call that number, I'm not rescuing that same dog, right? So that feeling arises in me by that poster, by that advertisement. I understand it was for a more abstract, it was for potentially a future, a different dog, not that particular one, right? But, okay, so that being said, I want to say this is the second approach of the extending of our caring, of our sympathy to people that that may not have a concrete identity yet, like the future generation. Right? As long as they can remind us of something, there are some similarities, we are able to feel our natural emotion, extend our natural emotion to these subjects. I'll skip that part. And now I'll move to the third approach, which concerns a debate between those who argue Confucian ethics should be understood as role ethics versus virtue ethics. So I will demonstrate towards the end why this debate is very keenly relevant to our topic today of intergenerational ethics. But for now, I will start with a little bit of introduction. So thankfully, yesterday team also talked about role ethics and virtue ethics. So I assume we have a little bit background knowledge. So what is role ethics really? This is one view that philosophers such as Roger Ames, Canadian philosopher, and also Henry Rosemond, they propose that Confucian ethics need to be understood essentially based on social relationship and roles. And then they do go a little bit extreme in claiming that we are constituted by our roles, meaning that I am a daughter, I am a professor, I am a student, and I am the sum of all these roles, right? And all these roles, they're pretty particular, because when I say I'm a student, I'm not just a general abstract student. I'm a particular student who studied with a number of other students and with a number of other professors, right? So this is a very concrete understanding of our roles based on particular connections, particular interconnections that we have. And Ames and Rosemond would go as far as claiming that we are the sum of our social roles and nothing else, right? So this is the constitutional view. And then there is an additional view, which is the revised co-development view, which is the claim that we are not the sole author of who we are. In the process of us gaining our identity, of our socialization, of our learning, we are the result of ourselves as well as those others who are in our community or outside of our community who changed, sustained, shaped who we are. So at most, we are one of the co-authors of who we really are, right? So this view has a lot of merits. The most significant one is that it can withstand the criticism that if we reduce ourselves to a set of roles, then what are we if without those roles? And how do we explain when people rebel against their own roles? Right? So, and one other set of criticism against role ethics came from Paul Gording and Aaron Stoltmaker most recently. And then they illustrated a number of examples of women suffer from abusive relationships and abusive roles that they had to fill. And it seems that there are not enough Confucian texts that could help them to reconcile, to understand the Confucians and then the dilemmas they face. And in some extreme cases, even suicide was recommended as the only solution. And when that is recommended as the only solution, it's also not only tragic on the practical level, it's also showing that theoretically, there's no theoretical resource, no theoretical way to reconcile that. So, so I think based on that, it's really important for us to take a look at what the Confucian women would have to say about this debate, about roles and about virtues. In addition to taking a more male-centric view of what roles and what virtues are. So here I have here two books, and then one is a translation of the Confucian book for women. The other is a collection of essays, and then both were, the editor is Ampang Wai. And even though the resources that I do go beyond these two collections, but I think these are really important books. So I would want to argue that we should take a look now, shift our attention to the role of mother-in-law or daughter-in-law. And here, when I say mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, it's just one example of one of the previously neglected roles. Not particularly we have to look at mother-in-laws, right? Some people may not have one. So why is this important? It's because a lot of the classic Confucian texts, initially, they can look like they're very friendly to feminist thinkers. For example, the emphasis, the focus on emotions, focus on care. It can look like they're really friendly to care ethics, right? And also the understanding of a more situated self, the communal support. It can look like it's very friendly to feminist thinkers, but does not change the fact it's indeed actually a male-centric perspective. Right? So, for example, the 5 most important relationships that Mencius mentioned was the ones that I highlight in red. Father and son, superior and minister, and husband and wife, young and old, here specifically mean young and old brothers, and trustworthiness between friends. So these 5 different essential relationships, women will only mention once. And it's in relation to their husband, which here women would presume a inferior role. And some would say, well, the last one could be promising, right? Friends, women can be friends, women and men can be friends, you know. But actually in the analogs, as some of the commentators observed, the friendship, when they talk about it, was actually exclusively men, right? So for example, here, there's one passage saying having a good friend should make one a better son, brother, or official. And then there are other mentions of, you know, friendship in relation to, for example, archery, right? So with the activities that's clearly subscribed to the men, the elite class, right? To be more precise. So we noticed that not only women were not mentioned many times, also there's no relationship between women, right? So there is a test between, you know, when we watch movie, if the female character never talk to each other, then there's a problem, right? So, but here in the relationships, we don't have a relationship between women and women. It's just all like men, and men and women, right? So what does that say? I think in the past 3 days, we talked a lot about Confucian understanding of the lineage, of the tradition, but there is the criticism, I think many of us noted, and also James Miller noted, even in a very, in a way that would negate Confucian philosophy entirely, is that women were kind of invisible, right, in here with the lineage, right? So yes, we assume we will have descendants. We had ancestors as well. Obviously there were women, otherwise that would not have been possible. But the lineage, when we think about it, is really like male-centered lineage understanding, right? So, so one of the aim of my talk today is kind of to supplement and restore women's role into this whole lineage or tradition, right, or into this model. So here, I'll take a look at a few lessons that's written by Ban Zhao, and then one of the earliest women writer. And then for her, she started her work. So she had a number of work, and then there's only one that's particularly pertaining to women's polite, right? So she kind of was a historian because her father and brother, that's a family tradition, and she also took on the role. So at the very beginning of Lessons for Women by Ban Zhao, she wrote, "It grieves me to see you, my daughters, who have just reached the age of marriage, to not have been gradually taught more, nor have you learned proper rituals of being a married woman. I fear that you may lose faith with other households and bring shame upon your family claim. I am now seriously ill, my life is uncertain. As I think of you in such untrained state, I am distorted by worries and frustration whenever this thought comes to my mind." So what does this tell us? I think it tells us that, at least for Ban Zhao and a lot of pre-modern Chinese women, they spent their education and their life being prepared for a role change. When they were receiving their education, they were in their maiden family. But the education, the goal of the education is to prepare them once they are married into a different family so that they can, flourish or survive, right? So that is one of the goals of Ban Zhao's, which is to prepare the women, the daughters, for their role changing. So this is one of the reasons why I thought it's really important to look at all these texts, because they do have a forward-looking proactiveness in thinking that our roles do change. And as women, and sometimes happen to men, but less frequently, they would experience and expect to experience this drastic change of roles. Right? So, and if we look at another text, this is also by Ban Zhao, and then here I'm trying to show that it actually appears that the Confucian women writers, they have a more virtue ethical approach rather than the role ethics focused approach, right? So they mention that if a woman is virtuous, beautiful, humble, and compliant, then she will be able to, behave in certain ways and then earn respect and then, flourish in her social roles. So my hypothesis is that because women, on one hand, they were preparing themselves for a drastic role change and they are more familiar with it. And whereas for men, they were a son, eventually then they become a father, then they become a grandfather. It kind of happens gradually, right? And then they don't, in most circumstances, leave their familiar environment entirely. And also because these women writers, they were probably more sensitive to and familiar with the abusive relationships and then the possible consequences. So I hypothesize that could be the reason why the women writers would actually lean towards a more virtue ethics-based approach rather than a role ethics-based approach. So here, actually, Ban Zhao again very clearly state that one should not rely on one's relationship and roles to navigate one's social relationship. So she said, if a woman is stupid and unintelligent, she will rely on her name as older sister-in-law, because as the older sister-in-law, you have kind of authority over the younger, siblings and the younger sister and brother-in-laws, right? So if you rely on that name and role, acting haltingly towards her younger brothers-in-law, likewise, she will treat her younger sisters-in-law arrogantly because her husband's favor. And once arrogance is expressed, whence comes harmony, right? So the idea is that if one relies on her role and relationship in dealing with family matters, Ban Zhao's opinion is that that is not going to work, right? Instead, one should really rely on their own virtue, and that's the only way that one could flourish in different set of social roles. So in order to prove this point, here is the title of Lessons for Women, written by Ban Zhao, and then the Analects for Women, written by the Song sisters, and also the biographies of women, that's written by Liu Xiang. I should acknowledge that there are throughout this, throughout this 800 years, right? There are diverse views and people's understanding have changed. And then this is 800 years. It's not like a decade or two, right? But we do see, and also I should note that there is the common census that the earlier texts towards women were actually focused more on skills such as debating, argumentation, while as the later texts focus more on virtues, more feminine virtues such as chastity. Right? So there is that observation. But here, as we can see, I divide everything into two parts. One is virtue or conduct focused titles. The other is role focused titles. And in the upper, so as we can see that for the biographies of women that's written by Liu Xiang, we have a number, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. They're all about specific virtues or vices, right? And we observe the same pattern for the other 2 books. Well, as there are a number of passages that focus on relationship and social roles, such as the husband and wife, harmony with younger brothers and sister-in-laws, serving one's parents, serving parents-in-law, and so on and so forth. And then those are typically the later sessions of the book after you talk about all the virtues, and then you resort to, oh, more specifically in your family, these are the things to do, right? So from this at least from this preliminary examination of the content of this books that's written by Confucian women, we can see that they do focus on virtues a lot of time instead of roles. Well, as roles, they would think as something they really have to navigate. Right? So here we have a lot of important insights here, even though I don't think I have a very comprehensive theory about, exactly how we, what is the ethics of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But here we have a number of insights. So first, the role of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is a more forward-looking perspective on our interconnectedness of our social relationships. Because first of all, we are not born into our in-law relationships, well, as we were born into our family relationships, right? So with the Confucian idea that, family filial feelings are the very foundation of ethical theories and of our anchor for morality, basically, I think it's very important to also supplement this part, which focuses on a more social-oriented roles. But even though we were not born into our in-law relationships, but one thing that could change is that we could become related to our in-laws by having, for example, if the in-law become a grandparent and I become a parent, then I'm related to the in-laws biologically by the grandchildren, right? So there could be a potential forward-looking interconnectedness that was not previously addressed in more male-centric view that James was first complaining about, that's always past, backward-looking, looking at ancestors. Well, as here, we also have that a number of women were focusing on the education of younger girls. And one of the argument was that only when you do focus on the education of younger girls, then you will have, a future generation that will be more, loving and well-educated and well-behaving, right? And there are also very interesting passages where Banzhao would cite Confucius, would cite the Analects, arguing that, well, in the Analects, Confucius specifically said that education is for everyone. and why is in practice sometimes only boys were sent to school. Girls need to be sent to school as well, right? So we do see this women thinkers argue for and fight for certain interests and then certain perspectives of women. And one other point, one other insight is about the social roles relationships is based on our understanding of Confucian tradition. Here I would offer two new set of possibilities, right? So including what I mentioned earlier about Meissner's model, and also here what we were talking about the mother-in-law model. And the mother-in-law model is also, as philosopher So Hong Tan, a philosopher based in Singapore, as she would argue, actually more akin to what we have in modern society, where we come into relationship with a lot of people who are originally strangers, but we can look forward to having, interconnectedness, to have a relationship with them. Because as we are no longer in a entirely agriculture-based society, which is the economic foundation of Confucian philosophy, right? You have a male-centric lineage line and based on a particular land, particular farm, right? As we were moving into a society where that is no longer the case, we do come into contact with strangers. But with the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law perspective, we can be more forward-looking, looking into the potential and possible interconnectedness that we will form down the line, instead of what had happened in the past. So, and then the last point, I think I emphasized this before, is also to bring the previously invisible women and their role to the forefront, so that we can see that there are a lot of resources on Confucian women and how they worry about their daughters and how they think about the future is going to go and how they think about the education for the future generations, and so on and so forth. But before I end, I also want to share some doubts about this approach. So first of all, historically, so this could be a historical, historically, learning has always been celebrated as a meta virtue of Confucian philosophy, not only because learning is just generally good, that's what we do in universities, but also because learning has a certain ethical significance, because it allows you to renew your agency, right? Who we are is shaped and influenced by what we learn, right? So it allows us to establish and revise our agency from time to time. But learning for women, on the other hand, does not always have the ethical and political significance historically as it did for men, right? And so learning a lot of times is seen as a nice thing to have, like a hobby, but it's superfluous in the end. So why is that? One is because women historically were limited to the inner domain of their household. They were not able to hold political office. They were not able to, their influence is kind of limited, right? That obviously has changed. And then the second important part, which is very relevant to the theme of our conference, is that because of the lack of the formalized education for women, for girls, the texts and practices that was sometimes discovered and written down by some of the talented, well-educated women, they were not able to pass that down, right? So let's say you're very well-learned, Ban Zhao, and then her daughters were not able to carry that on because they were evaluated on the base of a set of different virtues that patriarchal society would measure them up to, instead of the learning, well-learned, or wisdom and so on. So because of the lack of formal education, I think one of the paradoxical thing that we have here is also that even though I think there's great insight in women's thoughts here, but a lot of the texts were not a lot of the texts were preserved. Some of the texts were preserved. And then the most important thing is that this institutionalized ways to preserve the text and preserve the culture and preserve the practice was just not there, right, in pre-modern China. So I think with the doubts, that could also potentially be some of the potentials or things that we could look into that would need to be changed if we do want to look into the Confucian women thought for insights of the future generations. So with that, I conclude my talk.
Thank you very much, Jing. Okay, we open the floor for questions, comments from the audience, including the people joining us online. Jason, please. You should.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful talk. So I have two questions. The first is a clarification. Could you say a bit more about how, like you talked about the story where the king is extending his empathy. Can you explain a little more how that's not your second example of extension, of how it's a center outside oriented extension? And then the second question is, when you're talking about roles, are you talking like strictly like psychological or socially constructed roles? And like, what is the nature, or what is the role of like nature, or our role within nature? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer your second question first. So I'm talking more about social roles. Even though I think there are philosophers who argue that the Confucians understand roles entirely differently than our modern Western society, and I don't believe that's entirely the case. At least there's some kind of exaggeration there. But I do think the Confucian understanding of roles are more localized and situated. But I do think that there are accounts of people rebelling against their social roles and refusing to take on certain social roles. So that was there also. And for your first question, thanks for that question. It's really great to allow me explain. So the model that I was explaining is that place us at the center, right? Then we extend a little bit, like little circles, right? So what that means is that people who I like or my family members are the closer to me, right? My students are closer to me, and then strangers are outside, right? So with that circle, it could be a little bit. So how is that different from what Mencius was talking about? So Mencius first started with the king's reaction and feeling with an ox, right? Ox is not the king's pet, right? The ox is also not the king's, the king had never seen the ox before. That was just one occasion where the king had sympathy or empathy towards anybody, towards anything, right? So, and the Mencius used that as an educational tool so as to extend that to his intended subject, which is, the suffering of the people. Right? So it's not entirely, by closeness or by, how close they are to the king or how much the king liked them. The fact that Mencius had to bring the suffering of people up probably shows that the king did not really care or think about them much, right? So that's how, if you imagine it would be some kind, it will be kind of like jumping, right? From an ox jump to the people who are suffering. There's not necessarily a logical relation between the ox and the people suffering, but by the likeness, Mencius was able to kind of like try to get the king to extend his sympathy to the people.
Hi, it works. Okay, thank you for your good lecture. And it's not a question; it's more like a comment, because when there's a Chinese philosophy lecture, I have many comments than questions. So you said there is a doubt about the ethical and the political significance of learning just limited to a man, but I don't think it's a big issue nowadays, but it's not a very big issue in the past, because in the past traditional China, we emphasize the distinction between outer and inner, like 内外之分. And so the role of women is just to I don't know, just serve, yes, manage the household, and the role of men just to be a politician and make money for this stuff. So, but the structure of society is very different now from the society structure in the past, because I read many Chinese, it's Asian Chinese novels. Like it talks about the structures of Asian China. It's as you know, Chinese culture is family based, and it's unlike we have just 5 people in the household, but we the family is huge. We have relatives, so the role of women is not simple, because you needed to deal with many issues just inside your house. So in this sense, virtue cultivation for women is very important, so that you can deal with many complicated situations. So yeah, so I think you can give more comments on this.
So,
yeah.
Thank you, Amy. I think you brought up a very important point, which is the appreciation of domestic labor, right? So the appreciation of domestic labor that obviously I wasn't trying to say that, because women were in the inner court or the inner domain, therefore their work is not important or significant. However, I think there is a big difference. So even within the labor division, right? So even if we think that is an innocent structure, if we think that's the case. However, what difference here we find is that culturally speaking, because literacy or politics or philosophy were granted to the male members of the family, their thinking and their activity were able to influence and shape the culture in a more visible and in a more documented ways, right? Well, as women's influence, a lot of times they were not documented. They were not systematically discussed. So if my mother, let's say 3 generations ago, my great-great-great-grandmother had experienced some kind of moral dilemma, right? And then, but if she wasn't able to write it down, and if I experience the same moral dilemma, I have no theoretical resource. I cannot build upon what had happened, what had been discussed in the past, right? So this is very important, not because a bias of the outer domain is better than the inner domain, but what that allows the outer domain, the focus on politics and literary, what it allows is it allows a lineage, it allows a culture, right? Lineage culture, a well-documented one. Whereas without formal education for the girls, you can only hope sometimes you will be lucky. Some wealthy family have a talented girl, but after that girl, the future generations, her daughter, her niece, they will not be able to inherit what she wrote, what she thought. So you get like a number of talented women or their own wisdom, but they're not connected. They're not systematically discussed. So I think that is the most important, significant difference here.
Thank you. Matthias.
It's working, yeah. Thank you so much, Jing, for your presentation. And I'm very tempted to see your presentation as responding to the gauntlet that James Miller threw your way. So there, the claim was that Confucianism is just hopelessly enmeshed in a patriarchal culture that prioritizes filial piety. And I think your respond, if I understand correctly, perceptively that, yes, but if we are looking for something that is forward-looking and is caring for future generations in Confucianism, in that tradition, then we should not look at the male line, we have to look at the women. And both, yes, but I mean, the obvious rejoinder to that is that's good and helpful, but of course then the care for future generations that rests on the shoulders of women is entirely premised on a patriarchal culture and on the prioritization of filial piety, where in fact women are often also asked to take care of the parents of the husband first, right? So I'm just saying it's sort of like in the care ethics tradition. I mean, an obvious criticism that has been made of that tradition is that to portray women as more caring is the result of a patriarchal culture and needs to be taken into account. That's not to say that care is not an important thing, but it's to say that putting it more on the shoulders of women is condoning a history of patriarchy, and you have a very similar problem here, it seems to me.
Yeah.
So that is an observation, and I'd be very curious as to how you would respond to that. But I did want to ask something else as well about empathy and going back to Jason's question in your presentation. So you say there are problems with extending empathy because it seems that the closer someone is, and that is a contingent fact, the more I would care. And the further away, I wouldn't care that much about. But I wonder whether that isn't the right model when it comes to future generations. So I think there is a difference between sort of spatially extending or geographically expanding one's range of empathy and temporally extending it. And the reason is that when you care for the next generation, you also have to care about how they will care for their next generation. And the further you go into the future, the more complicated it is to figure out what exactly their needs are. And if they're not overlapping, it's more difficult to care. You can care about general structures, institutional structures, environmental background structures that are very important, you know, habitable biosphere and so on. You know, good conditions that are amenable to the food production and so on. But there's a difference there in that you don't have in the spatial case, which is that you care for the next generation, including its care for its next generation. But that is a job that they have to do. And that's not the case in the geographical case. You see what I mean? Yeah.
I do think there are a lot of differences when it's, you know, for example, with the geographic difference, David Hume argues that, well, we need to care about people who have sympathy for people who are far away because there's a real possibility one day they're gonna, you know, come take a flight and then be standing right in front of us. Then we will have a, you know, relationship with them and we will have sympathy for them. Therefore, we should care for about, you know, everyone, right? So obviously, then with the future generation, we don't have that problem. Like 100 years from now on, people were born there, and I don't think I will be able to meet them, right? So, but I think but obviously there's also the difference between we, in some way, shape them, right? We shape and influence them in one way or the other, maybe in well-documented way, maybe in, you know, subtle ways that, you know, someone carries on a recipe that I also help to pass down, right? So I think there are definitely differences, but I do think the view of just thinking about the future generation as our descendants, which is one of the view that Confucian philosophy sometimes seems to be, you know, have that lineage way of thinking. I do think that's very problematic. We do have to understand that in the future generations that some of them might be related to us and most are not going to be in any ways. But I think I want to address about your first comment. I think that's a very important point about how exactly do we think about the roles? Like, you know, if we look at a woman only as a mother, right? Then obviously that's very problematic because sometimes it's a very celebrated role, but sometimes it can also be a suppressive role, right? So I think the reason why I pointed to the Confucian women writers is also because they do have this kind of expectation that both relationships can go bad. It can become abusive. That is probably why some of the advice they would give to their own daughters or seem to be extremely defensive, that, you know, you should just be more first observe, don't make a difference. Right? First observe your mother-in-laws and then the father-in-laws, and then later on. And the most important thing they say is establish the person. So establishing the person is also used in Confucius analogues and mentions, right? Establishing the person means establish your own identity and virtues, right? They don't assume once you reach 18, you're an adult, right? In the ethical sense, you have to learn and then eventually figure out what are the important virtues that you can establish your person. And then to these women thinkers, they seem also to think that that's the first step. You first establish the person, and then you adapt and navigate the social situation of the inner court. And then that's the only way that rather than, you know, role or relationship based guidance that they could give. So I would think this is more as an emphasize or highlight on a large body of text rather than celebrating the specific roles that they were prescribing.
Jing, a question and a comment from myself. The question is, can you clarify a bit more the difference between the perspective that is role-based and the one that is virtue-based? Because as you presented these perspectives, in one of the slides you had this this chart in which you give examples of how in different roles the statements of roles and virtues were presented. But it seemed to me that in some of the statements about the virtues, roles were already encoded in them. So there was a reference to virtues of women conduct, of learning, the rituals. So it looks like those are there are references to role positions there already. So can we think of the virtues independently of the roles? Is there something to the virtues which is more general, fundamental than the roles? And how might this have some significance for how to think training and education for future generations? So training for roles and training for virtue may overlap, but also be interestingly different. So that's a general question. And the other is an observation about this, the example of the king and the ox. So we were discussing the case of empathy going outward from the closer to the further away. But there's a sense in which here it's going the other way around, no? So
yes.
So you have sympathy for the distant, and then you gain an insight that perhaps you were unable to gain when you were relating to the close. And that there may be something interesting there, that sometimes we miss the opportunities for sympathy or empathy for the close because maybe our self-interest is too involved, but we can gain an insight in our relation to the distant that we can then apply to the closer.
Yeah,
perhaps the king is too involved in the activities of domination of its own subject,
yes.
and cannot get a whole lot of understanding of what they need. But the ox, who is not that they we don't dominate animals, but maybe the heart opens more easily. But anyway, that was just.
I think that's a very good point. And
sometimes we may need to go far to come close. No?
Yes, so I will respond very briefly. I think that's a very good point. And then also that, so naturally we assume that Meissner also had this comment that, do you really feel the same for a stranger child than your own nephew, right? So it's a rhetorical question, meaning that no, we feel closer to the people who are actually relate to us, or we have a shared experience with, not necessarily biologically related. But I think naturally maybe that was the case, but obviously it need not have to be, especially for someone like the king who is in a very navigating extremely complicated situation. And we also see like people who it will be much easier for them to relate to animals than some of the other people, right? So I think that it's good to recognize that it's not always feel the strongest to, my family. And even though theoretically they think Mencius or Confucius think that's the natural state. Just one very brief comment about the roles and the virtues. I think taking a more what Marianne would say on the first day of the conference, Confucians do recognize the relational nature of human beings. So we are still very much relational, and then our social roles are a very important part of who we are, and they are very situated and interconnected. So I think that is a given. But on top of that given is, are the roles the most important things to guide us? Or the virtues the most important things to guide us? I think is the latter. And I think for people who emphasize the roles as the most important or exclusively the guiding principle, they were exaggerating the difference between the so-called East and West. So that is my observation.
Okay, so we have two more questions and interventions. I wonder whether, Jing, you're okay if we group them and then you respond to both. We'll start with Mario Wenning, who is joining us online. Hello, Mario, nice to see you. And then
hello, Pablo, great to see you again. Thank you so much, Jing, for this exciting talk. And I'm really curious to read these 4 classics for women education that are now being translated into English. So that's great that you present this material to us. I'm wondering, there's a huge discussion, at least in the role ethics camps, about the difference between playing a role and being a role. And some of the previous questions have also gone into this direction. And it seems that for Confucius, at least, there was a real difference, and one had to examine oneself whether one is actually sincerely identifying with one's role or not. But also in the Confucian canon, we do find at least some attempts to introduce some distance to one's role and introduce, for example, the possibility that playing one's role could be a very subversive act. For example, if women nowadays play as if they would be obedient and submissive, and that's a kind of critique against obedience and submissiveness. And this corresponds, at least in my personal experience, a lot with what I've been seeing in mainland China, which is a very different kind of resistance that from the one we find in Western feminist discourse. So I'm wondering if one looks at the examples in these 4 classics, whether there's a discussion about one's inner attitude to these roles, and whether it's possible sometimes to have a detached inner attitude which may be totally contrary from the appearance that the role may give us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. We have one more comment and intervention.
Jing, yes, the microphone's working. I want to ask you about the sheep, because the king has this great empathy for the ox, but he still seems unperturbed by the fact that the sheep is sacrificed. And this has actually been haunting me throughout the talk. And I think it has relevance to the question of what empathy does, how it works, and also indirectly for the question of how we're moving into the future. And I'm thinking of a parallel here with, for example, the electric car. We're very concerned about burning fossil fuels, and we're very concerned about air quality. And so the electric car seems to be a marvelous solution, except we're not asking, do we actually need cars? Why have we organized our society so that we need cars? Why are we not thinking about alternative systems of getting around, or alternative ways of designing things so that we don't need these systems in the first place? And it seems to me that the king's empathy for the ox didn't cause the kind of reflection that is needed for empathy to be useful. That the useful question would be, well, do we need to sacrifice animals. And so I'm just wondering really about this model of empathy and how much it helps us.
Yeah. So thank you very much. So I think one thing I have to say is that eventually Mencius did not succeed, right? As he is a philosopher trying to persuade a powerful ruler to take benevolent policy. He eventually did not succeed because the ruler, being a politician, eventually just, he only cared about interest to Mencius' disappointment. And we have to remember that the king, remember the sprout metaphor, right? So if we have to say where the king was, Mencius is trying to find where the sprout is, right? Where the sprout of empathy is. And once he locates the sprout, he's trying to make it grow a little bit, right? So yes, ideally he will have this, caring for everyone and for the ox and for, the other sacrificial, the other animal that should be sacrificed. But here we're really working with a very rudimentary beginning of where we are, and Mencius is trying to find, the king is trying to say, I don't have what it takes to be a great king, and he's trying to get himself off the hook, right? And Mencius said, no, you do have what it takes to be a great king. Here, I heard you did this nice thing, right? So if you could have done this one nice thing, then yes, you can extend it and care for everyone else. So the context is there, right? So obviously, but I do think it touches upon a more fundamental issue, which is that, do we want our ethics to be impartial and consistent? Or do we want our ethics to be rooted on the cultivation of some natural sentiment that could potentially be in one way or the other partial, right? So do we want our ethical system, which one it is? Obviously, great philosophers have talked about this at length, right? But obviously, if we want an ethical system that's impartial, that's universal and all of that, Mencius or some other philosophers, they do not necessarily qualify. But for the philosophers who are more naturalistic, right, working with what human psychology originally looked like, they might not have a problem with the morality not being impartial. One other thing is also, how do we define morality? Is that an ethical theory which could be impartial, or does that include moral practice, which a lot of times is not partial, it's not impartial, and we can aim to be impartial eventually, but the practice itself a lot of times started off with, and a lot of time is not necessarily always impartial. That could be one of the consideration, but there will be other consideration as well. So I want to respond to Mario's question on the idea of the roles for women. I think this is a very, when I was concluding my talk, I was saying I do not have a comprehensive theory about, the ethics of the mother-in-law or daughter-in-law, sisters-in-law. But I think it's very, very important to talk about them, especially given the lack of roles for women in Confucian discourse. If you are an ethical system that focuses on roles, and you only talk about male-centric roles, then that's going to be very hypocritical, right? So I do think it's very important to talk about them, but from talking about them, I think that's the first step towards, what I started my talk with, which is self-revising and self-reforming, right? So, and I think it's not only the problem of Confucian tradition, it's a problem of a lot of tradition, because our time has changed. Socioeconomical structure has changed, household structure has changed. So there is that need to revise what we have. And I do think if not the male-centric perspective of Confucianism, then there are other rich resources in the women writers' Confucian texts that can guide us through this role changing.
So I do want to invite more thinkers to look through those texts and then give us, more scholarly work on how those roles can be revised and changed.
Okay, thank you very much, Jing. Thank you, everybody in the audience. We'll take a short break and we'll start again at 15 minutes past the hour with Tim Mulgan, who's joining us online.
Hi, Tim. I know we saw you there earlier. Feel free to pop in again. There you are. Hi. We can't hear you yet, so you just might want to unmute your mic.
Sorry.
No,
I
that's
was
perfect.
testing that my picture was in the right sort of place. So is that okay from where you are?
It's excellent. We super crisp. We hear you super well, see you well. We've got your documents ready to go and share.
Oh, thank you.
All is good on our end. So you won't be sharing screen, right? Is that right?
No.
No, that's perfect. Excellent.
No. So
yeah.
I'll just talk.
Yeah, that's great. We love that. So thanks, Tim, for being here. And these folks are just stretching their legs for another 4 minutes or so, and then we'll get started.
Okay, I might go and do that too. And I'll come back.
Okay, see you soon.
Okay, see you soon. It's crucial. It's a crucial, good question. So, right.
everybody. Hi, everybody. If we can get you back, it's 3:15 and Tim is eagerly awaiting to begin. So I'm talking to you all in the space. Please bring your coffees to your seats so we can get going again. Pablo's ready. Tim is ready. We'd like to reconvene. So thanks very much. We'll start again now.
Good. Good. Our next speaker is Tim Mulgan from the University of Auckland and the University of St. Andrews. And his talk's title is Philosophy for an Ending World. Tim, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Pablo. And thank you to the organizers for putting on such a great conference. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but at the moment in New Zealand, we're not allowed to leave the house. So getting to Canada would be a bit of a problem. But it's great to be here in this new virtual kind of way. So what I'm going to do is just work through some ideas for a project that I'm working on at the moment. So there's a handout. There's also a text of the talk in the chat if people are interested. So I'm going to start with a fairly bleak thought experiment, which I call the ending world. Scientists are agreed on the following grim facts. A cataclysmic event in a distant galaxy caused by hitherto unknown physical processes. So that's what philosophers used to call magic, I guess. But anyway, these processes are producing cosmic rays that are spreading throughout the galaxy. These rays will pass through our solar system in 200 years' time. Fortunately, the cosmic rays travel slower than the speed of light, so we can observe their impact on other star systems. Unfortunately, this impact is very negative. The cosmic rays destroy everything in their path. When the cosmic rays hit in 2 centuries' time, life on Earth will be extinguished. And it's built into the thought experiment that there's no way to avoid this destruction, nor can we hope to outrun the cosmic rays. So although they travel slower than the speed of light, they travel much faster than any feasible mode of human interstellar travel. So the setup is that humanity faces an extinction that is unavoidable and imminent, but not immediate. So I'm writing a book which explores what philosophy might look like for the people who are living in this ending world. The main thing I want to do today is just get you interested in the thought experiment before I briefly sketch some of the lessons that I'm hoping to draw from it. The ending world thought experiment raises 3 immediate questions. Why think about human extinction? Why think about unavoidable extinction? And why not just think about immediate extinction? So what's the point of the 200-year delay? There's a growing debate among philosophers and others about how we should think about risks of human extinction, and especially about how much we should be prepared to sacrifice to reduce those risks. When I first started thinking about existential risks, I used a version of the cosmic rays thought experiment, which did have a realistic possibility of escape via generation starships, which is a thing from science fiction where people live for many generations on these starships going to distant planets, but at a very high present cost. So in that scenario, we either have to face imminent extinction or we have to escape to the stars. I used that disjunctive thought experiment mainly to tease out the differences between contractualism and consequentialism in future ethics. Launching generation starships would be bad for most people who are currently alive, but it hopefully enables many more people to live in the further future. Indeed, we can construct cases where not launching the starships would be better for everyone who ever lives, even though launching them would produce much greater net utility. So in that case, contractualists cannot launch the starships, no matter how great the potential future payoff, while consequentialists have to launch them, no matter how low the probability of success, nor how great the present cost. So the earlier thought experiment that I was working on assumes that we want to avoid imminent extinction. What I now think is that to understand the values that are at stake in the existential risk scenarios, we first have to think more carefully about the stay-at-home extinction alternative. If humanity really does have only 2 centuries to live, what might those centuries be like? To focus on this alternative, I remove the escape option entirely. So that's why I'm stipulating unavoidable extinction, even though, of course, any assumption of certainty about the future would be very artificial. In 2 recent books, Samuel Scheffler explores a doomsday scenario where the world will be destroyed 30 days after my death, and also an infertility scenario where everyone on Earth becomes infertile and the present generation know that they will be the last. So immediate human extinction is, to a certain extent, already on the philosophical agenda. So why do I want to add my thought experiment on top of Scheffler's? Why talk about the slowly ending world? What does the extra 200 years add? So I want to argue that the slowly ending world has several advantages. Clarity about intuitions, imagining a future that people might inhabit, retaining obligations to future generations, confronting the inevitability of extinction, exploring other similar futures, and returning to philosophy's past. So I'll just quickly run through those advantages. The first advantage is that the shift to a slowly ending world adds clarity. Immediate extinction sort of as soon as I die or at the end of the present generation, is bad, but it's bad in too obvious ways. Scheffler highlights the significance of the implicit assumption that there will be some future generations, some future people whose culture, traditions, values, and projects are connected to and descended from our own. It's not hard to see why the denial of this assumption, the removal of any cultural or biological descendants, might be very destabilizing. By contrast, in my slowly ending world, the disruption to present projects is much less obvious. 200 years is quite a long time. After all, how many of our present activities could we expect to leave any discernible trace in 2 centuries' time? We don't often think about distant future people as we go about our daily lives. So why should their absence matter to us at all? But it seems intuitively to lots of people that their absence would matter. Something of vital importance, something that matters to us, does seem to be lost even in the slowly ending world. The loss of the more distant human future would be very destabilizing. The philosophical challenge is to try and figure out why. The second advantage is that the slowly ending world is a credible human future. Scheffler is interested in the importance of future generations for our present actual evaluative lives. So for his purpose, the plausibility or likelihood of his scenarios is secondary. Conceivability is enough. That's just as well because neither of Scheffler's scenarios is particularly likely. Right? I mean, you can say to someone, suppose you knew that the world would end 30 days after you died, whenever you died. But as soon as they ask, how could that possibly happen? Then you're in trouble. In addition, Scheffler's scenarios are commonly treated not as futures that we could adapt to, but instead as nightmare scenarios to be avoided at all costs. My slowly ending world is quite different. It's meant to be somewhere that future people might actually live. Shifting inevitable human extinction into the near future makes the thought experiment both more plausible and more interesting. Humanity might well face a genuine extinction threat at some point in the next 200 years. And it does make sense to ask how people should live in that ending future where they know that their society has 200 years to go, but no more. For instance, could we hope to build a just society or to rectify historical or environmental injustice in 200 years? A third advantage is that if we imagine that we ourselves were living at the start of the ending world, at the point where humanity discovers that it has only 200 years to go, then we're imagining a world where the present people still have obligations to future people, namely the people who will live closer to humanity's end, and especially the people living in the last human generation. So this raises the possibility or the feasibility of something that I'm calling multi-generationalism, which is the idea that the best way to find meaning in the ending world is to embark on projects that span several generations, projects that will only come to fruition after the present generation are gone. Multi-generational projects are ethically interesting in part, I think, because they're only morally permissible, or they're certainly most morally desirable in the ending world if they enable us to somehow transform the moral landscape, enabling the last human generation to find a meaning in their truncated present in ways that our earlier generation couldn't. A fourth advantage is that while it may seem unlikely, there's one sense in which my ending world scenario is actually inevitable. Setting aside crazy transhumanist fantasies, humanity will one day end. Somebody's going to inhabit some kind of ending world. As Mark Johnston pointed out in a review of Scheffler's book, Death and the Afterlife, there is something odd about arguing from the premise that it's undesirable to belong to the last human generation to the conclusion that we ought to continue the human story. This is because extinction cannot be avoided, it can only be postponed. We cannot remove the burden of belonging to the last generation. We can only avoid that burden for ourselves by passing it down the line to some unspecified future generation. So Johnston likens this generational buck passing to continuing a Ponzi scheme, which is not meant to be a compliment. In a world where humanity enjoys an indefinite future, the world that we naturally think we inhabit, it's easy to forget the inevitability of extinction because the last generation is lost in the mists of the future time. In the slowly ending world, where present people can only pass the burden a few generations down the line, where the last human generation would at most be our near descendants, that kind of Ponzi challenge cannot be ignored. A fifth advantage is that exploring the ending future may shed light on other credible futures in two very opposite kinds of directions. On the one hand, the ending world has much in common with a broken future, a place where perhaps a chaotic climate makes life precarious, each generation might be worse off than the last, where it's no longer possible to meet everyone's basic needs and our present affluent way of life is no longer an option. Scheffler argues that the loss of an indefinite human future itself makes future people worse off, destabilizing their evaluative lives. And if people did lose faith in existing values, this would also disrupt social and economic arrangements, leading to further reductions in well-being and security. In an ending world, as in any other broken future, we need new sources of moral motivation. What could motivate people to do the right thing in the face of imminent extinction? So that's the negative possibility. On the other hand, the ending world might instead be a post-scarcity paradise. Freed from the need to worry at all about the more distant future, the last human generation in particular might enjoy morally unproblematic affluence. Presumably, it is okay to squander resources as if there were no tomorrow when there isn't a tomorrow. So the people at the end could live like baby boomers without being morally reprehensible, which sounds like a great deal. So if we devote our energies to making their lives as good as possible, then future people might be better off, not worse off. One of the reasons I think the ending world is particularly ethically interesting is because whether it's a good future or a bad future depends largely on whether or not the people living in that future can find sufficient meaning in it. In other kinds of broken futures, it's an objective fact whether or not resources are scarce relative to basic human needs. By contrast, the goodness or the badness of the ending world is primarily subjective. It's largely a matter of how people react to it. The ending world will be very bad if people think it is bad, but if people think it's good, or if they're not that worried by the threat of imminent extinction, then it could be a very good place indeed. Finally, another possibility that I'm hoping to explore further is that the ending world may be closer in some respects to earlier, less affluent, less settled, less predictable times than to the affluent present that many of us inhabit. Perhaps the post-Christian philosophy of the secular, liberal, affluent West is singularly unsuited to an ending world or to any other situation where things are getting worse rather than better. To make sense of imminent extinction, we might turn instead to non-Western philosophy or to earlier figures in the Western tradition whose more stoical or realistic philosophy might be able to take imminent extinction in its stride. I think the ending world is especially threatening for those philosophers who seek to combine a naturalist, atheist, metaphysical worldview with ambitious, optimistic, ethical views, such as non-subjective accounts of well-being, the rejection of egoism, nihilism, or pessimism, and a commitment to liberal values and moderately demanding ethics. It's no coincidence, perhaps, that Scheffler, whose philosophical worldview, to simplify it enormously, is optimistic secular liberalism, it's no coincidence that he finds his own more extreme scenarios so troubling. On the other hand, while Stoics or hedonists or egoists or nihilists or utilitarians or theists all need to adapt to the ending world, they might not be quite as paralyzed by it. That's all fairly speculative, obviously, that I'm starting to think about. So the rest of my talk today explores some topics from the book. I'm trying to write the book as a series of dialogues or debates among the philosophers living in the ending world who are seeking to adapt our existing philosophies to their new situation. So it's very much a work in progress. I find that the only way to figure out whether thinking a debate through in light of the ending world actually adds anything interesting is to imagine the future philosophers who are interested in that question and then put them into a dialogue with one another and see if anything interesting happens. So at this stage, I'm planning to have 5 main debates, I think. Pessimism, procreative ethics, multi-generational optimism, virtual endings, and religion at humanity's end. The second last of those debates asks whether the best option for the last human generation might be a virtual future, while the last one will ask how the transition to an ending world affects various debates in philosophy of religion. But today, instead, I want to focus on the first 3 debates, which together offer a sustained defense of multi-generationalism, both as an approach that might work in the ending world and as an option that might make sense for us. So that brings me to section 2, which is about the first debate on pessimism. So the sections get shorter. So even though there are 4 sections, when we're on to the second one, we're halfway through. Pessimism is a perennial philosophical worry. Is life worth living? Can human lives be meaningful? Is connection to something beyond this life, such as the human future, essential for a meaningful, worthwhile human life? Pessimists argue that life is too bad. It's either meaningless or not worth living. Ending pessimists argue that even if life is not too bad now for us in the world that we're living in, the loss of the human future would be enough to make life too bad. While last generation pessimists argue that life is meaningless or not worth living in the last generation. Following Scheffler, I focus on the loss of future-directed meaning. Scheffler argues that even people's most present-focused projects presuppose an ongoing background of traditions, values, and relationships that extend into the future. Last generation pessimists insist that the loss of all future-directed meaning makes life meaningless. Ending pessimists extend this critique, arguing that future-directed meaning is lost even earlier, because our current values require an indefinite human future. Why should we think that future-directed meaning matters? At this point, ending pessimists might draw on Scheffler's work on the relationship between values and traditions, or on 19th century German pessimism, especially the now largely forgotten Eduard von Hartmann, who argued that in a world of suffering, meaning can only be found in future cultural progress. More generally, ending pessimists argue that all secular replacements for a personal afterlife, things like John Stuart Mill's hope that we can live on in the ongoing rush of humanity, all of these secular replacements collapse in the face of imminent extinction. Ending pessimists face 2 kinds of opponents. Perennial pessimists argue that life has always been meaningless. Imminent extinction doesn't change anything. It only makes the absurdity of human existence slightly harder to avoid. By contrast, optimists argue that life is not meaningless, even in the last generation. Obviously, there are many varieties of optimism. Theological optimists look to supernatural or transcendent values unaffected by human extinction. Presentists find sufficient meaning in the present, in pleasures, achievements, or care for others and compassion for their suffering. The multi-generational optimist takes a middle road. They agree with Scheffler that for us, meaning, well-being, and making sense of our projects and traditions all require future generations, future descendants who will continue those projects and traditions. The multi-generationalist agrees with the last generation pessimist that if we were the last generation, then our lives would be meaningless. Meaning is lost in Scheffler's doomsday and infertility scenarios. On the other hand, the multi-generationalist rejects ending pessimism. They insist that the loss of future-directed meaning is a contingent feature of the way we have been raised or acculturated, rather than an essential feature of the human condition. So the hope is that people living at the start of the ending world could raise new generations for whom meaning, well-being, and value were not as dependent on the existence of any further future people. So that brings me to the second debate, which is on procreative ethics. My slowly ending world differs from Scheffler's immediate extinction scenarios because the first generation is not the last, because present people at the beginning of the ending world create future people. But we might ask whether that's permissible. In particular, is it permissible to create a last generation who cannot have children of their own? This issue is obviously very pressing for multi-generationalists. A multi-generational project is only an acceptable thing to embark on if procreation is permissible. Multi-generationalists must defend procreative freedom. So their principal opponents in this debate are anti-natalists, so that's anti with an I, people who deny that procreation is ever permissible. Many anti-natalists are pessimists. They think it's wrong to have children because life is meaningless. But anti-natalism does not require pessimism. Even if we reject pessimism, even if that's where we got to at the end of the first debate, even if life can be meaningful, we cannot automatically assume procreative freedom. This is because most philosophical principles of procreative liberty set a higher standard. It's generally thought that it's not enough just to give your child a life that is barely worth living or minimally meaningful. So in this debate, I'm planning to explore a variety of consequentialist and non-consequentialist procreative principles, including Elizabeth Harman's harm-based approach, Melinda Roberts's person-affecting consequentialism, Rivka Weinberg's Rawlsian contractualist principles of procreative justice, and also my own earlier collective consequentialist work on future ethics. So I'm hoping to conclude that the case for procreative freedom in the ending world is strongest if we can meet two demanding conditions. If we can both, A, remove the harm of lost future directed meaning altogether, and also ensure that the last generation are no worse off than previous generations. So having set up those demanding conditions, I then argue that multi-generationalism is the only option that meets them. Hedonists seek new sources of pleasure to outweigh the harm of lost future directed meaning. Other presentists seek other present-focused activities to provide a similar compensation. Multi-generationalists, on the other hand, are more ambitious. They seek to remove the harm altogether. The goal is not to compensate future people for lost meaning, but to reinvent that very kind of meaning that's been lost. So in other words, we take an existing future-directed tradition and gradually reorient it to the present or to the past. If this kind of reorientation can succeed, then the last generation suffer no harm at all because they still enjoy the same kind of meaning, the same kind of intergenerational connectedness that for us is inextricably connected to the human future. So to give a very rough analogy that's drawing on an example that gets discussed a lot in the procreative ethics literature, this is meant to be like giving a deaf person another way to hear rather than something else that compensates them for their inability to hear. By offering the last generation the opportunity to join with earlier generations in bringing the human story to a satisfactory conclusion, multi-generationalism promises to make life as meaningful as ever, even at the very end. So multi-generationalism promises a lot. The next question, unsurprisingly, is whether or not it can deliver. So that brings us to the third debate on multi-generational optimism. Multi-generationalism faces many challenges. Could human traditions really be reimagined within a few centuries around the new ideal of a suitable ending? If so, what is a suitable ending for humanity? We're familiar with the idea that an individual human life, and perhaps by extension an individual society or tradition or culture, could have a good ending. Can we take a further step back and imagine a good ending for humanity as a whole? And what can we learn from actual cases where some specific tradition, culture, religion, or way of life has faced extinction? Multi-generationalism needs radical moral transformation, where future people reimagine existing traditions and values in new ways. A key to this transformation is moral imaginativeness. We need to think creatively about what our future values should be, and not just about how we can realize the values we already have. So in this third debate, which I'm still writing, I'm first going to argue that moral progress, moral imaginativeness, and moral transformation are all at least possible. So given our knowledge of human nature and of past moral changes and transformations, multi-generationalism is at least credible. I'm then going to explore a range of possible multi-generational projects. These might include creating a just human society within a single generation, perhaps by correcting historical injustices, promoting ecological flourishing, or at least minimizing non-human suffering as things come to the end, or completing some vital human cultural achievement, creating a fitting memorial to humanity, or bringing our various traditions to a close. One particular inspiration here is Jonathan Lear's book, Radical Hope, a philosophical reflection on the life of the Crow leader Plenty Coups, who led his people into a future where their whole way of life, their traditional way of being, no longer made sense. Plenty Coups sought not merely a variation on a familiar theme, such as a new way of being courageous in battle or in the buffalo hunt, but something entirely new, a way to be courageous in a world without war and without buffalo hunting. This challenge required moral imaginativeness because traditional Crow ethics didn't have already developed concepts to deal with this unprecedented and unforeseen challenge, and it wasn't obvious how to proceed. Lear presents Plenty Coups' story as one of radical multi-generational hope. Plenty Coups looked to a future where his successors would flourish, even though he could not himself imagine the standard against which that future flourishing might be judged. Multi-generationalism argues that the prospect of future intelligibility is sufficient or could be sufficient for present meaning. Plenty Coups' hope that his descendants would find new meaning was sufficient to motivate him to continue and to find a kind of meaning in a life that no longer made sense to him. My exploration of multi-generational utopias is also inspired by, perhaps in a sort of ironic way, it's inspired by the difficulties of imagining a coherent intergenerational utopian society. So we think of how difficult it is for egalitarian utopian visions to deal with inheritance of property and various other things. perhaps the only truly just society would be a very short one. Perhaps a utopia is only possible in a single generation that has no future. So the multi-generational utopian project consists not in creating an impossible intergenerational utopia, but rather in laying the foundations for the future realization of a vision of justice that can only exist within the last generation. Okay, so I might stop at that point. Those are some of the lessons that I think we can learn from imagining life in the ending world. And whatever you think of what I've said about it, I'm hoping at least that I've persuaded you that the thought experiment itself might be worth thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We open the floor for questions, comments. Yes, please.
Thank you. I speak there. Okay, well, thank you for the talk. I have a question of concerning the understanding of world and its end. It's not clear to me what you understood to be the world in your talk, and what would that consist, if and when it would end. The world might be all that is the case, or we might be being in a world and the world is ours because it's meaningful for us. Or some people might argue that the world does not even exist. So that first question points me to ask, what is this end of a world? And then is it such a thing as the world that would end? And then how could we conceive of this ending? Are we forecasting the end of the world that we live in from our understanding of the world? Would it be such a revelation, such an apocalypse, perhaps, that would be the end of the world? For example, to play a bit with that word, I could argue that the Greek world, for example, is at an end, or the Roman world has ended. People talk of post-Christianism, so might say that the Christian world has ended. Is there such a thing as different epochs of world that end and overlap each other? I have my world that ends and begins where another person's world also begins, but we also share a world together. I don't know if this is clear as a first question. Something that oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's clear. Do you want me to answer that, or
just a little bit that I would like to add also is the world and its end, is it the end of human meaningful world, or should we also consider that as the end of life itself, or as the end of biology? Or also, what is the relationship between, let's say, human world and non-human world? I would add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, that's a great question, because in a way, the project is about the different worlds and the different ways that they might end, and the way that the construction of the world is related to its ending. So the thought experiment itself is about the destruction of all life on Earth, basically. And the way that I set it up is to imagine this apocalyptic thing where something is going, before human beings have or any other life on Earth has had any chance to go anywhere else, the Earth or the whole solar system is simply disintegrated, right? So the end of the world in that sense is in a purely physical sense, that life on Earth is going to come to an end, and in particular that there aren't going to be any future human beings. So that's the sense of world and ending that I'm using to set up the thought experiment. It just means the destruction of the planet that we're living on. So in the future time, measured in sort of ordinary physicsy sense, there won't be any future people. So in one sense, that ends all the worlds that are constructed by human beings, simply because physically there won't be any human beings left to be thinking about the world or constructing it. But I suppose the philosophical question that I'm trying to ask is, how do the worlds that we construct for ourselves, the worlds of meaning and value, how do they relate to the physical existence of the Earth and the existence of future human beings, right? So the kind of model that Scheffler is dealing with, and that a lot of secular optimistic philosophers deal with, is something where the meaning that we find in the world that as we construct it in some sense for ourselves now depends on believing that there will be people living on planet Earth in 100 years or in 500 years, right? And there might be, and that way of finding meaning, that way of constructing value, is vulnerable to the loss of or the destruction of the Earth. Whereas there might be other ways of constructing meaning where, so for instance, in a Western theist worldview or world, the physical destruction of the planet Earth is certainly not the end of the world, because there is this other world with God and the afterlife, and on some versions of this, that's our true home anyway. So the physical destruction of planet Earth would be less problematic, right? So one way of putting it is the thought experiment is more worrying for you the more you identify your world and its end in the sense of its purpose or its meaning with the continuation of the physical planet Earth. Yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense or helps.
Matthias.
Yeah, so thank you so much. There's so much to say. It responds, triggers so many thoughts. So it must be something really worthwhile about this thought experiment. And just one thing I'll say quickly, I don't know how much you've been following our discussions, but Confucianism has been hammered away at quite a bit. And one of the reasons was that it seems filial piety is always backwards looking, and the multi-generational project on this ending scenario, world-ending scenario, would kind of justify filial piety after all, right? Because you need to generate meaning by giving to the past rather than to the future. But that's just connecting your thought experiment with some of the discussions that have been going on here in the previous talks. But I wonder, maybe I missed something, but I wonder why the thought experiment isn't made more interesting by saying that keeping everything the way you have it, but these cosmic rays that are going to destroy human life could be prevented by significant effort being exerted over the next few generations up until 200 years. So could be exerted, but because then you'd have questions like, how should we educate the next generation? Should we let them deal with the world where human life will be wiped out, or should we educate them and give them the means to carry on the human project? Wouldn't that be a more interesting thought experiment, and one that is for questions around climate ethics, for example, more meaningful for us if we made the thought experiment such that there was this possibility of avoiding the cosmic rays?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I'm just, first of all, so the suggestion of looking to the past rather than looking to the future is certainly something that I'm exploring, because that's also a feature that you find in a lot of Indigenous philosophies and Indigenous thinking about intergenerational issues. I mean, particularly in this part of the world. And one of the things that the ending world does, that my thought experiment does, is by removing the future, it sort of forces us to think about how much the past might really matter, because the kind of meaning that a certain sort of forward-looking secular view is used to finding in the future is now only available in the past. So those discussions are certainly very, very interesting for me. I think the short answer to your question is yes. So there is a lot to be gained, I think, by thinking about the original thought experiment that I had, where you have the option of leaving, and the question is how you should think about that option of leaving, particularly if you've got different moral theories or different approaches to value pointing you in radically different directions. So the more sort of person affecting might say, well, we should focus on the quality of the lives of the people who are going to exist for the next 200 years. And the other view is saying, no, look at all those, the possibility of all those billions of happy lives in the future. And that raises the question of how we should raise people in the future. So I do think, I suppose what I really think is that both thought experiments are worth thinking about. And I started this project by giving a talk about the earlier thought experiment where there's this possibility of escape, and you're saying, should we escape? Well, what's the best alternative if we don't escape? And then I thought, well, I need to write an introductory chapter for that book, trying to tease out what the best alternative would be that doesn't involve escaping. And then that sort of ballooned into this current project. So I'm imagining it as a kind of two-pronged thing, if you like, that the real payoff of thinking through the ending world thought experiment where we can't escape, the real payoff of that might come later when we say, okay, in any realistic scenario, there's going to be some possibility of escape. How important is it for us to avoid immediate extinction once we've thought through how good life could be if we didn't avoid immediate extinction? Because some of the views that I'm exploring, like some of the versions of multi-generational utopianism, might say, actually, now that we've thought about it, imminent extinction might be the thing you would choose even if it was avoidable, because this is the way we can, if we're not maximizing total utilitarians, we might think the best future for humanity is this one that's really short but really just, rather than the really long one that might be questionable. So that's it.
Thank you.
So I think they're both worth thinking about.
I have a couple of questions of clarifications, Tim. So the first, in the scenario you're imagining, the last generation would be wiped out and would have no, it's not just that there would be no human life left on Earth, but it would also be technologically impossible for the last humans to beam information about the human world to potential intelligent beings elsewhere. I assume that you assume that, because if not, there could be some form of something analogous to focus on future generations in a set of activities that these last humans could engage in, to, I don't know, production of great music, mathematics, or philosophy that they could beam as information to non-human intelligent beings elsewhere in the galaxy. So, but you're assuming that that's not an option, no? So I'm just asking how you describe that scenario. It's not just the end of human beings, but it's the end of sentient, intelligent, and other relevant such beings in the world, in the cosmos. To me, I think that would be interesting to factor into the analysis, because otherwise it's too anthropocentric a view, which may be justified, but it should be justified perhaps explicitly. Okay, so that's one point. The second is how feasible is it to educate a last generation in the way you want, no, or you envision? So what would the educational process look like in which the next to last generation educates the last generation to not give a damn about the future in the way the next to last generation does? So the next to last generation would not be a good role model for the last generation, right? Because it would be very much involved in making the life of the next generation quite good. So how would this work psychologically? And finally, maybe following up on Matthias' question, so what insights can we get for our current ethical dilemmas or conundra from the thought experiment about how philosophers in the slowly ending world would think about that slowly ending world, given that our world is not certainly slowly ending, although it may be slowly ending for other causes than the ones you envision. But what insights should we get? You were mentioning some now, but maybe there are others that we can glean from this thought experiment. About the, I don't know, about the significance of concentrating some projects into closer to the present and the distant future. Maybe issues about subjective theories of the perspective of the subjective theories of well-being would be more compelling once we adopt these kinds of the scenario. Objective views of well-being would be less compelling. There's something along those lines that you can think of. This is not to dismiss your experiment and your I'm just as an additional question, what kinds of insights can we get into the present? Or could it be that one of the insights is that we should, if the end of the world is not inevitable, maybe we should make it so that it is inevitable, so that we implement your radical egalitarianism. We would not implement in any other way. But I hope that's not what you're recommending. That I mean, that we should not set up a time bomb so that we make sure that not the rays coming from the distant cosmos, but some disastrous chains of events that we can create here would make it so that we cannot avoid the end of the world. But anyway, so this just to continue with Matthias's question: what kinds of insights can we glean from this experiment for our thinking about our contemporary conundrums? Both practically speaking and more generally about how we think about ethical theory, about well-being and meaning and so on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a lot of good things to
pick on anything you want
to think about. So I might just go through them very quickly. So the first one about whether I'm allowing the possibility of extraterrestrial life. So I think the pure version of the thought experiment is that it's the destruction of all sentient life, not just here, but anywhere that there might be in the universe, to sort of focus on there not being any possibility of communication or passing anything on to future non-human intelligences. But I do also at some point imagine, suppose there was an alternative of communicating with or leaving behind a memorial that would be read by other people, would that give us, it's worth sort of bringing that back in and asking whether, to what extent that could give us the kind of meaning that people normally get from the future. But yeah, so, but the pure version says, there's It's not just the end for humanity, it's the end for all life on Earth and all life everywhere. The second question, so clearly there's a very difficult set of empirical questions that, to be honest, I don't really have any competence to address about how feasible it would be to raise generations who would have radically different values. So there's two competing kinds of approaches to that I discuss, that I'm discussing in the book. One is where you do have a radical disconnect between the earlier generations and the last generation. And the last generation might, for instance, be placed in a virtual environment that all the earlier generations have spent their time constructing, and the purpose of the multi-generational project is to give this last generation this radically different but self-contained virtual world where it doesn't occur to them that there might be future generations. Right? They just live in this world which has always presented itself to them as being one generational. The alternative approach is one where there's a gradual transformation, because each of the generations thinks of itself as cooperating with the ones who come before and the ones who come after, if there are any who come after, in a single collaborative project or enterprise or tradition. So the part of the point of that is meant to be the second last generation are not raising a last generation who will have radically different values or a radically different vision of what human society or human history should look like. They'll have, as near as possible, the same tradition and the same values. It's just that as you get to the end, what you do with those values is different from what the previous generation did, right? So it's, I mean, again, that's a lot of hand waving and assuming things, but the rough models are meant to be cases where an existing tradition adapts itself to radically changing circumstances. And so across the generations, you might get differences in behavior and differences in outlook, but you've recognizably got this a continuity of tradition or a continuity of values. Right? So that's partly what the hope for the multi-generationalist is that will work. And one of the claims that the multi-generationalist makes is that we couldn't do this transformation on ourselves, and maybe we couldn't do it in a single generation, but it might be possible to do it across more generations. The question of what we should learn from it, I mean, part of what I'm doing is an extended version of what Scheffler takes himself to be doing. So, which is just uncovering the extent to which, at least for many of us, the assumption that there will be some further future for humanity is already embedded in the values or the traditions or the projects or the ways of carrying on the view of the world that we've already got, right? So that's a philosophical, it's meant to be a philosophical lesson in some sense rather than a practical lesson, but it might reinforce the desire to avoid imminent extinction, right? So the thought is people might think, oh, well, look, I don't care whether, someone says we should spend all this money now to prevent extinction in 200 years. I don't really care whether there's going to be people in 200 years. And then thinking through what it would be like if you came to believe that there weren't going to be people in 200 years might make you realize how much more important that is to us now than we thought it was.
But it was not so obvious from your description of the scenario that it would be so bad at the end of time.
Yeah, so it might not be. And
maybe we should head that way.
Yeah, so one of the questions that I'm interested in is the question of whether something like the multi-generational approach is really only going to be possible when there is imminent extinction, and that either because it's only psychologically possible in that case, or because it's clearly a second best option, that people are transforming their tradition because they have no choice and they're able to transform it, but they would have preferred to keep it going. And that might well be the conclusion that a lot of people would reach. But I'm sort of pushing the most optimistic view, or the most ambitious, maybe it's not an optimistic view, the most ambitious version of multi-generationalism, which is meant to put pressure on the idea that it is important to us that there be people in the very distant future, right? And maybe that, I mean, if that persuaded people, then the consequence might be that people would be less worried about imminent extinction, or some people might be more worried about it and some people might be less worried about it. But I think just quickly, I mean, there is always, for a lot of ethical thinking, there's going to be a real difference between facing up to unavoidable imminent extinction and doing the best that we can, which might turn out to be surprisingly good, and actively seeking imminent extinction, which would bring in all sorts of other ethical considerations, obviously.
Okay. So Steve Gardner wants to pose a question. He's on the via Zoom. Can you hear us?
Yes. Do we still have time? Sorry, I lost track of the time situation.
Yes, go for it.
Okay. So thanks, Tim. That was a very interesting discussion, and I think it's a great example. So good luck with writing the book on it. The thing that occurred to me to ask is maybe more of a mundane question in a way. At various points, you emphasized that this scenario is taken to be a great challenge if you have a certain kind of philosophical outlook. And it occurred to me to wonder, what the details of that are, why you think it's such a big challenge for a particular kind of philosophical outlook. I can imagine a few reasons, including a few Scheffler-related reasons, but I wonder what yours are, and in particular, why they concern meaning, particularly meaning in the present day. I suppose I'm struck by the thought that your choice of 200 years, which I think is interesting and raises the sorts of questions that you want to raise, but also maybe puts us, further down the road to the thought that, well, maybe this is a little bit like, for the current generation, a little bit like knowing that you're immortal and not likely to live much longer than, 100 years, and probably significantly less, and so on. So I'm wondering why you think it's a very distinctive kind of threat. So in a way, I'm saying, what's lost once you enter into this thought experiment that we usually have, that in some way we need to make up for by developing a new view?
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I mean, one way of doing it, one way of approaching it is to start with the analogy of the person who is mortal and has no more than 100 years to live, which is, true of many of us, probably. I mean, one way of into it is to think, well, suppose, we all think, oh, well, that's not a problem. But part of the reason we all think that's not a problem is because we've all, unless we're the sort of people who freeze our heads and hope to be reanimated or whatever, we've all basically come to terms long ago with the fact that we're mortal and we've got no more than 100 years to live. And so we might lose track of the ways in which, if you'd thought that your life was genuinely extending indefinitely into the future, and you then discovered that you had definitely no more than 100 years to live, that might be actually quite dislocating. I mean, I suppose one response is there are going to be versions of the secular outlook which are not as troubled by the loss of the distant future, right? So if you're just a hedonist and you think that value is all about pleasure, then you would think we can find pleasure in the present, we can find meaning if meaning is something that makes sense to the hedonist, or we can find a kind of other regarding meaning by alleviating other people's suffering, and that's something that's available to us. And so, and there are people who make that response to Scheffler, right? So Harry Frankfurt makes a version of this kind of response where he says, well, actually, we've got certain kinds of reasons that are dependent on there being people in the future, but we've got a lot of valuable things that are available, that are always available in the present and would continue to be available to people right up until the end. So part of my project is wanting to concede as much as possible to the sort of argument that Scheffler makes. So in particular, I'm largely conceding that there is a certain kind of very important meaning that connects us to some future people, right? And to some extent, that's a kind of assumption of the project, because I want to say, if you thought there was a meaning that attached you to some future people, could you then say, oh, well, I think this is really important to me, that there be some future people, because a lot of the things that I do consist in building something up that I expect to leave behind for future people, or contributing to something that's an ongoing tradition or an ongoing institution or an ongoing family or community. And the question is, could you think that there was that sort of meaning and it was important for you, but also think, and in 200 years' time, there will be no more of that. So the thought that I have is that there is something odd about thinking all of my projects are setting things up for the future. I've been treating the future as if it continued indefinitely. In some sense, I've always known that it wouldn't continue forever, but realizing that it's going to stop at a particular point in time then makes you think, well, that kind of meaning that's so important to me, that's based on future generations, isn't going to be available to the people who are living in 150 years because they can't look forward to any further future generations. So what exactly am I doing when I'm pursuing these projects or engaging in these institutions or traditions that for me have this kind of future directed meaning that's directed at, that's sort of based on enabling those people in the future to flourish, if quite soon down the line in terms of numbers of generations, that kind of meaning is going to be just unavailable to the people whose flourishing is giving meaning to me now. I don't know if that makes sense. So to some extent, it's a kind of conditional, a lot of the arguments are kind of conditional where I'm saying, if you're worried by Scheffler's kind of examples and you're worried in terms of the meaning for your life, shouldn't you be at least a little bit worried or at least disconcerted by the thought that that's going to run out at this definite point of time, which seems a long time to you, but comes to seem less far in the future to you if you're already invested in there being some future generations. I don't know if that helps at all.
Thanks. It helps, but I'll probably want to press you on it. But I think we're running out of time. I see hand signals going there, so I will stop. Thank you. It was a wonderful talk.
Yes, I'll just launch this. So I'm just wondering, is this working? Yeah. So I'm just wondering about our relationship with non-human life and the planet, and how that affects our relationship with meaning within this scenario. And so I was reflecting on Matthias's question, and I have a sort of a part two to add to that really, which is how would this change if, for example, the cosmic rays were going to destroy human life and leave all other life perfectly fine? How would that, what would that tell us if we reflect on that about our relationship with other life forms? How would we respond to them through those 200 years? In what condition would we want to send them on, or would we not care? So that's one part of my question. And then if we reverse that, if in fact everything was going to be destroyed except human life, where would that leave us? What is the source of meaning within our life? Because to a certain extent, the conversation has, I've had this feeling that meaning has arisen from a hermetically sealed loop between humans and other humans and human projects. And yet it seems to me that there may be very important dimensions to meaning and the way in which it affects us and shapes our lives that comes to us from beyond the human realm. And so that's just how I was sort of thinking about your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so those are two, I mean, those are great questions. So the short answer is that I don't know. And that's part of, I mean, those kinds of interactions between the human meaning and human values and human projects and the non-human world is one of the things that I do want to explore. So one of the questions is, so the way I've set it up is that all life on Earth is being destroyed, and that's partly, and this goes back to the question about extraterrestrial life, that's partly to rule out any way of finding meaning in the future, including the non-human future. Whereas I think it is very interesting to ask how different it would be if, as in a lot of the other scenarios like Scheffler's infertility scenario, the end is coming for humanity, but explicitly not for the non-human natural world, which from their point of view might well be a very good thing. And so, and then you've got a very different question where it might well make sense for people to spend the last 200 years of humanity trying to set the non-human natural world up in the best way that it possibly could go. And it's interesting to ask how much of the kind of meaning that we might get from future human beings could be got in that way. And I do get into that a little bit in the book in relation to the option where you create a last generation and put them in a virtual world where they have a completely different kind of life from us. And then one question is, well, could you do a similar thing where you said instead of a last generation of humans, we'll have a last generation of flourishing non-human animals? And would that serve the same purposes if there's no connection between our values and outlook and the future people? And just finally on the non-human natural world, on the other example that you talked about, so where it's not the end for humanity, but it is the end for everyone else on Earth, that is one of the big issues in the kind of escape scenarios. So suppose something is going to wipe out life on Earth, and it is possible for human beings to escape, but they have to escape either by uploading themselves into computers or by retreating into a perfectly virtual environment or by going away on these generation starships where you have a completely artificial environment. And so then there's questions about how much connection with the non-human natural world you could retain in those alternatives. And if not, then there's a question of, would it be worth escaping if escaping meant completely giving up any connection with the non-human natural world? Right, so that's one of the costs, I suppose.
I'll make sure to read the book. Looks fascinating. Thank you very much. Okay, we close this part of the session.
Thank you.
So we start again in 15 minutes. Is that so? Thank you very much. When is the book coming up? It looks very interesting. I look forward to reading it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm supposed to finish it in the middle of next year.
Wonderful.
So just a
Thank you
note,
very much.
we're going to take another group picture before the next talk starts. So if you're here, make sure come back and then we will gather on the other side and then take the photo. And if you're over Zoom, make sure that your camera would work so we can all be together in this group photo. All right, thank you. Sorry, a change of plan. We're going to try to take the group photo now. So please keep your camera on if you want to be in the photo. And then for the audience, the local audience, please step over to the other side of the screen so we can all be in the picture.
All right, people on Zoom, you can't see what's going on in here. So once again, let me walk you. I'll try to be your guide to this photo taking. So people on the other side in the space, can you let me know when you're ready to take the photo so that people on Zoom know when to make a silly face? Oh, you already took a photo. Well, maybe they didn't know that. Do we want to try one again? Okay, perfect. They're going to take another one. Can somebody count us down here so that we can hear? Laughter, laughter. Okay. Should we go for 3, 2, 1? Three, two, one. They're going again. Sorry, y'all. I also can't see what's happening on the other side. Thanks for your patience. Now they're clapping. All right. I guess the photo's done. Thanks very much, everyone. The closing talk of the conference. Hi. I'm just going to make sure that you're set up here while people here are grabbing some coffees and stretching their legs. So let me just pull up the schedule so I know what's happening. Sorry about this. I'm looking at the local time. It's 4:40. And we're getting going again at 4:45, so in 5 minutes. All right, and Shelbi and Olufemi are here. And I'm terribly sorry if I mispronounced your names. Will you be doing screen sharing at all? Will you be showing any slides? Yeah?
Yes, if it's okay. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Yeah, welcome in.
Excellent. I'm going, Femi, you want to check your sound too?
1, 2, can you hear me?
A little bit. You might want to, can you speak again?
Yep. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, great.
Awesome. And I'll share my screen so that you can see the slides. Does that show up on your end?
Yeah, it looks great. We've got full screen action. Do you want to just go forward a slide, make sure it's all good? Yep, looks beautiful. Thanks, Shelbi.
Thank you.
Okay, so you'll both be using the same PowerPoint then?
Yes.
Amazing. Well, it looks like a really great way, dynamic talk to end this 4 days of action over here in Force Space. So we appreciate you coming in with a bang. I can already see that I'm going to really enjoy this. So I look forward to your talk. And just to let you know, here in the space, there are about, I don't know, 15 to 20 people here live. And I know that you've come online before, so you've seen how folks ask questions, just stand up and speak to the mic and you can hear them. And obviously there's the folks joining on Zoom, which is at this point self-explanatory. But let me know if you have any questions in the next few minutes. That's what we're here for. Otherwise, everything looks great. I'll just say that, Shelbi, if you're comfortable with resharing your screen in a few minutes, that might be an idea, just because when the moderator introduces you or welcomes you in, it's nice to see just the faces of the people we found. But yeah, if you're good with that, that's great. Awesome. So yeah, so let me take you on a little tour of Force Space while I have you here. We are this kind of looks like a storefront gallery space in the downtown campus here at Concordia University. So we are holding the conference on this side of the space with this ginormous screen where everybody can see you. On the other side of the space, we have a similar screen, same size. And what happens is that as the people walk by, so this is the street right there, you can see a sidewalk. We send the sound and the video kind of outside so people can engage with what's happening in this space as they kind of walk by in downtown Montreal. And most of the time people stop and listen for a few minutes, sometimes longer than a few minutes, and sometimes what they hear and see on the screen kind of entices them to come into the space and join us. So we're open to the public every day. And that's the idea, is that we show what folks are working on at the university in terms of various research activities. So it's really a great opportunity for us to take part in this 3-day operation, which from what I hear has been long in the making. So thanks for joining us in this way, even though we can't host you here. We welcome you in this funny kind of scenario way, but hopefully that gave you a little bit of a sense of where we are and what we do. So
Thanks for having
and
us.
I hope I'm not making you dizzy carrying my laptop around like this. I'll set it down in a second.
Very cool. It's like a reality TV show type deal.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna start herding people back into the main space so we can get started on schedule, which is in 2 minutes. So let me go make a little announcement and then we'll be ready for you all. Check. Oh, Joelle, right. Where is she? Are you ready? All right. They are ready for you. So microphone, let's get you mic'd. Press it. Let's just see what you sound like.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
Okay, good.
Good.
So I'll leave it on and I'll invite people
Bye.
in. Put this maybe on the other side so it doesn't fall off. All right, everybody in the space, we welcome you back on this side of the screen. Hope you enjoyed your final coffee break. Soon it's going to be a cocktail break, I assume, for many of you. Joelle is ready to go here to moderate this final session, and our speakers are online. Their PowerPoint looks great. And so we're ready to go live again for the last presentation of today. I'll pass it over to you, Joelle.
Hi. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. Hi, my name is Joelle Dube. I'm a humanities graduate student here at Concordia, and I'm honored to moderate this closing talk of Justice Between Generations residency here at Spore Space. I am pleased to welcome Professor Taiwo and Meissner. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, from Georgetown University. Professor Taiwo is interested in Black radical tradition, contemporary philosophy of language, contemporary social science, German transcendental philosophy, materialist thought, histories of activism and activist thinkers. His first book is entitled Considering Reparations, World Making in the Case of Climate Crisis, set to come out in November 2021, if I'm not mistaken. And it considers a constructive philosophical argument for reparations and explores links with environmental justice. Professor Meissner is an Indigenous scholar activist. She is a consultant in American Indigenous research methodologies, Indigenous curriculum design, and social justice education. She is also interested in Indigenous language reclamation, Indigenous research methodologies, Indigenous resistance movements, decolonization, and coalition building. She participated in several projects working towards indigenizing social work practices and tribal child welfare programming. Together, they will present their talk, More Solidarity, More Problems, Land-Based Intergenerational Justice. So over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my screen really quickly so you can see our slides. Are you able to see these slides and hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I would like to begin by acknowledging that I am zooming in from what is called the Greater Washington, D.C. area in the United States. I acknowledge that this land is the colonially occupied ancestral and contemporary territory of the Piscataway, Anacostan, and Pamunkey people. We're zooming into Jojaga or Montreal, the ancestral and contemporary territories of the Ganyagahaga of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, as well as a gathering and knowledge exchange space for the Huron, Wendat, Abenaki, and Anishinaabe people. I would also like to acknowledge that though we are on Zoom and oftentimes the landedness of digital communication is left out of the picture, the environmental extraction and land theft of electrical grids, lithium extraction, copper strip mining, and server farms is detrimental to human and non-human relatives worldwide. And this is land I would also like to acknowledge. Miriam, no tong Shelbi Nahwilet Meissner yaka, no on atach piquim kawish, no piwi no yopoka neshmal chokya paanganeshkin, no on shushavet ipit, akan Washington DC nga, Piscataway nga, Anacostia nga. I'm introduced myself in my ancestral language, which is Luiseño or Atahom Chamtela. I am Luiseño and Cupeño, and as I said in my introductions, my ancestors come from the base of Pa'au or Mount Palomar. As the grandmother Mona Palaka shared in the keynote, as well as my friend Krusha Watane also beautifully enacted, I wanted to share some of the rivers from which I come. This is our Wanicha. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the top one is Wanicha, the San Luis Way River in Southern California. This is Momat, the Pacific Ocean on the Southern California coast. And this is the Anacostia River here in Washington, D.C.
I'm Femi Taiwo. I'm presenting with Shelbi. And one thing that we have placed a visual marker of by the blank right side of the slide, and something that I wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge is the difference in norms of introduction in the spaces that we come from. And we're holding space and holding recognition for that difference in where we both come from, but moving through that and working together on this presentation. So with that, we'll move on. One thing that I wanted to make sure to read at some point in this presentation are these words by Grace Lee Boggs, which Shelbi and I talked about as we were putting this thing together between the two of us. And one thing that is particularly striking in terms of how to understand the stakes of what we're going to go on to talk about, the difference between what we're calling genealogical and moral ancestors, is the possibility of moving through the world in a different kind of way when we recognize our moral ancestors and the inheritance that we have from our moral ancestors. So Grace Lee Boggs said, when people come together voluntarily to create their own vision, they begin wishing it to come into being with such passion that they begin creating an active path leading to it from the present. The spirit and the way to make the spirit live coalesce. And then we begin to see ourselves as part of a continuing struggle of human beings, not only to survive, but to evolve into more human beings.
One of the concepts we want to begin with is what we're calling the siloing of self-centered theorizing. Here, we've provided some examples of quotes that at first blush should seem very familiar and represent a lot of pretty commonplace sentiments around climate justice and environmental justice. But what we hope to show is that there's actually a siloing of self-centered theorizing present in these examples, not in any indictment of these individuals, but to show more broadly that many of these more familiar understandings of climate justice include this siloing of self-centered theorizing. The first example we have is from James Cameron, the film director, where it says, "It's important for me to have hope because that's my job as a parent, to have hope for my kids that we're not going to leave them in a world that's in shambles, that's a chaotic place, that's a dangerous place." We see from Henry David Thoreau, "We need the tonic of wildness at the same time that we are earnest to explore and learn all things. We require that all things be mysterious and unexplorable, that land and sea be indefinitely wild, unsurveyed, and unfathomed by us because unfathomable. We can never have enough nature." And finally, Al Gore, "The warnings about climate warming have been extremely clear for a long time. We are facing a global climate crisis. It is deepening. We are entering a period of consequences." So one of the things we wanted to point out that we see in these examples that the morally relevant persons whose futures are at stake vary in all of these quotes, but usually include the currently living, the human, the corporeal, the privileged, the global north, the able-bodied, the wealthy. We see emphases on the biological descendants of individuals. And in the Thoreau quote, we see a particular presupposition about the distinction between land and man, such that whatever it is Indigenous people are doing on the land is not fathoming it in Thoreau's understanding. So what we see here, we're offering a definition of siloing of self-centered theorizing. Did you want to take that one, Femi?
What we understand to be the siloing of self-centered theorizing are presentist, non-intersectional, non-coalitional forms of theory building, sometimes ways of orienting action, sometimes ways of orienting attention that are maybe below the level of theory building in some sense, but ways of centering all those things that tend to the implications of injustice for a particular social group. So that's going to include the first world, the human, the corporeal, the heteronormative nuclear family, all the categories that Shelbi just mentioned. And we think that what's behind this self-centered theorizing, literally centering some conception of the self that is narrower than all of us intergenerationally construed. We think that silencing is supported by settler colonial conceptions of ancestry. And so part of the reason why we're trying to motivate this distinction that is the center of our talk today between moral and genealogical ancestors is to get away from that particular way of thinking about and way of treating ancestry and move towards a more land-based decolonial imaginary and a broader and more robust intergenerational climate justice.
So one of the ways that we're interested in approaching this question of ancestry and these distinctions that we eventually want to introduce between genealogical and moral ancestors starts with the imposition of a particular conception of family. This first example comes from a US context where there's this attempted destruction of Indigenous kinships and forced imposition of the heteronuclear patriarchal family structure. Some of the mechanisms through which this heteronuclear family structure is introduced, imposed, enforced, and maintained throughout US settler colonial history, and it should sound very familiar to Canadians in the room, as this boarding and residential school legacy. So here I've included in the top image one of the student record cards from a relative of mine whose story I would like to introduce to you. This is Marguerite, my great auntie's student record card. She was a Cupeño woman who grew up in a mixed family, a Cupeño mother and German immigrant father. As was required by law at the time, Marguerite and most of her 9 siblings were separated from their families and sent to Indian boarding schools. Marguerite was sent to Carlisle Indian School in Pennsylvania, which is almost 3,000 miles away from her home. Carlisle is well known among Indigenous communities in the US for its brutal conditions, its outing program where children were sent to work in white households as day laborers and farmhands, as well as for the many graves of children on the property. Just this June in 2021, a ceremony was held for the repatriation of child ancestors to the Rosebud Sioux community, children who had passed away at Carlisle and were robbed of their names, their languages, their cultures, and ultimately their lives, and only allowed to return to their home after almost 150 years. This is where Marguerite was sent, and for lack of a better word, this is where Marguerite was raised. In the process of being raised in this horrific place, Marguerite internalized many anti-Indigenous sentiments about herself, her peers, as well as a new sense of family. Here, the second image you'll see is a picture of a request that Marguerite wrote to Richard Henry Pratt, who is the founder of the nationwide industrial boarding school system, upon her release. I almost wrote graduation, but that seems like a weird word to use. Upon her release from Carlisle. She asked him for a recommendation to be appointed as a boarding school employee at an equally horrific boarding school, the Oribe School in the Hopi Nation in Arizona. In her request for the recommendation, she shares with us a glimpse of her new conception of family she has inherited from Carlisle in the industrial boarding school complex. She signs the letter in her handwriting. Here you can see your former school daughter. And then Femi, did you want to talk about this next example?
So sometimes, as Shelbi just explained, there are attempts by settler power structures or other power structures to directly intervene and change the family structure of colonized peoples. Other times, there are more indirect attacks that challenge the kinds of relationships to land that are necessary for sustaining whatever relations to ancestry don't fit into the regime of private property, as Kim Tallbear will talk about on a slide that we'll show you. These take the form often of land grabs or of parceling of the private property, or rather what was communal property under pre-colonial or otherwise pre-capital invasion forms of land management. So those communal relationships to land and the relationships to family and intergenerational social structures that were dependent on them are upset by the invasion of capital in some cases by the deliberate administrative fiat of colonizing organizations, and in some cases by a combination. So here's the Tallbear quote. I would just call to attention the bit in the middle where Tallbear says the breakup of Indigenous peoples' collectively held lands into privately held allotments controlled by men as heads of household enabled the transfer of surplus lands to the state and to mostly European or Euro-American settlers. So it's a tried and true colonial tactic.
Yes, and an additional glimpse we have, one of the glimpses we have at the way settler colonial constructions of ancestry manifest is through this imposition of the heteronuclear family in both settler colonial contexts and neo-colonial colonial contexts globally. Another glimpse we have at this kind of epistemological feature of settler colonial and neo-colonial conceptions of ancestry are some of these kind of bizarre examples of how ancestry is invoked. Most of these come from a US context, but will again possibly resonate or sound familiar with folks from other contexts. One of these examples of how ancestors are sometimes invoked is this first families of Virginia phenomenon that happens in the East Coast of the United States, where in order to have this particular type of pedigree as a first family of Virginia, contemporary folks alive and well today trace their ancestry all the way back to Pocahontas, which is not her name, but this is the name that is used for her in this particular phenomenon. This is so important to the identification of these first families of Virginia that they actually formed the Racial Integrity Act of Virginia in 1924, which allowed some mental gymnastics such that the claimed descendants of Pocahontas, these first families of Virginia, would be able to make sure that they were not classified as, quote, colored, even though they claimed this particular type of ancestry. Tuck and Yang in 2012, Decolonization is Not a Metaphor, call this a move to innocence called settler nativism. This settler nativism is a move to innocence in which settlers locate or invent a long lost ancestor who is rumored to have Indian blood, and they use this claim to mark themselves as blameless in the attempted eradication of Indigenous people. We also see that it's often called the Indian grandmother complex, and it's an attempt to deflect a settler identity while continuing to enjoy settler privilege and occupying stolen land. Another somewhat strange example is what we've called here the absentee ancestors, or what Alison Bailey calls the anesthetized pedigree. Alison Bailey, in her very recent and super interesting book called The Weight of Whiteness, calls the tendency among white Americans to ignore, revise, or sanitize their ancestry the anesthetized pedigree. She gives us this really interesting example of American movie star Ben Affleck, who appears on this PBS genealogy show where the whole point of this kind of pseudo reality show is to surprise you with your ancestry, which seems like a very vulnerable moment. But yes, he signs up, he's on the show. And when he's confronted with the historical facts that one line of his ancestry descends from slave owners, he asks that the segment where this aspect of his ancestry is revealed to be removed from the record. He's like deeply ashamed of this. I don't know how this happened. I wasn't there, but I'm imagining like pulling off your mic and storming out of the room sort of situation of Ben Affleck.
And towards the opposite direction, instead of trying to create ignorance about one's ancestry, there are attempts to lean on or selectively highlight particular parts of one's ancestry in ways that justify present relations of domination and power. So, for example, in much of Latin America, mestizaging or mestizaje could be people having ancestry of people from different racial backgrounds can be appealed to as a justification for present racial democracy. The thought being something like, if we all have some kind of genealogical ancestral tie to all kinds of past power dynamics, then we don't need to give any special kind of consideration to present day Afro-Brazilians, for example. Their just the same kind of thing that we are. And so cultural markers that are associated with present day Afro-Brazilians or Afro-Latinos, like samba, for example, are played up in service of this broader project of forgetting through remembering, through selective remembrance. So here is where we want to start laying the groundwork for the distinction that we're trying to offer. On the one hand, there are genealogical ancestors. There are the people who precede us in one way or other. These might be chains of causality, the kinds that we sometimes appeal to when we think about our relation to birth or clan or kinship networks. There are kinds of adoption that we can have through inheritance. Maybe sometimes immigration can involve this kind of stance as to a country's history when one gains a new nationality. There are different ways that we think about who precedes us in the right sort of way. Previous generations of our people, whether we're thinking on the lines of nationality or ethnicity, might be genealogical ancestors, just people who were before us in space and time. But what we want to offer is that we can think of that as related but different from this other sense of ancestry. That sense is the moral ancestor. The moral ancestor is the person whose work precedes our work, the person whose moral or political contributions in a past generation help order ours. Our forms of work, our forms of political struggle, our forms of political action that we decide to take up. Those people have done things in the past that we are doing our version of, or our step of, or our part of the process of in our own lives. And that too is a form of ancestry that we can have to people who may or may not be our genealogical ancestors. There are two quotes that really stood out to us when we came to this distinction. One is by the historian C.L.R. James in The Making of the Caribbean People, when he was describing the kinds of political struggles that Caribbeans, especially Black Caribbeans, took against racial and colonial domination. He said, "These are my ancestors, these are my people. They are yours too if you want them. If we want to know what the ordinary population can do, let us know what they have done in the past is the way of life, not blood." And in both parts of the quote, James lays down what I think both parts of the moral ancestry view are. The fact that C.L.R. James's ancestors could be your ancestors if you wanted them to be shows that we have an element of choice and responsibility in who our moral ancestors are. And the second part of the quote identifies the relationship of our action to theirs. It's the way of life. They have the same capacities that we have, and the same kinds of responsibilities that we have, although our circumstances may be different. Put a different way, the stakes of all this is what's in the second quote. So a lot of people who maybe are around my age might remember Kendrick Lamar saying it in 2018. People who are maybe a bit older might remember Ice Cube saying it. Ice Cube being one of Kendrick Lamar's musical ancestors. But you ain't got to lie to kick it. Ben Affleck didn't have to lie, right? Nobody has to lie. You aren't determined by who your genealogical ancestors are. Those are the outcome of past decisions that aren't up to you. But what is up to you is what moral projects you're going to take up, what your political commitments are. And those are the things that are decisive with respect to your moral ancestors.
And to explain this distinction a little bit more thoroughly, we've placed in this concept map some of the examples that we've brought up throughout the talk, and would like to share a couple more stories with you to kind of emphasize some of the distinctions and show how untangling these conceptions of ancestry help us make sense, or at least see what doesn't make sense about some of the settler colonial and neo-colonial invocations of ancestry. So here in the center of the overlapping Venn diagram that is both a genealogical ancestor and a moral ancestor, I've included my 5th great grandfather, Antonio Gara Caval. I included it as a picture of a bear, one, because I don't have a picture of him, and also because it is one of our clan ancestors, our bears and coyotes for the Cavalin clan, to show that genealogical ancestors and moral ancestors also overlaps with non-human understandings of who our relatives and ancestors are. Antonio Gara Caval, my 5th great grandfather, is invoked as a moral ancestor by most people in my communities because he's very well known for having declared war against the United States in the Cupeño uprising and uniting 19 different tribes. And he's very well known for, as is invoked in all of the stories about him, for correcting the priest's Latin after he had been captured and was sentenced to be executed. His last words were, I have to read it so my mom doesn't get mad at me for misquoting it. Gentlemen, I ask your pardon for all my offenses and expect yours in return.
In the middle here.
Hope you're muted, Femi. Did we lose you, Femi?
I can't not use.
Oh,
One
no.
second.
While Femi is figuring out some technical difficulties, I can move to where I've placed Marguerite, the ancestor I introduced earlier in the story, on this map. I've put her on the genealogical ancestor side, not the moral ancestor side. Her story continues after she received her appointment to be an employee of the Oribe School in Hopi. There are records of her correspondence, not correspondence with her family back in Mesa Grande, California and Cupeño territory, though it's possible that that correspondence returned. The correspondence that we have surviving records of is correspondence with her family, quote unquote, at Carlisle boarding school, her alma mater, for lack of another word. In these correspondences, there's even more evidence that Marguerite had internalized some pretty horrific philosophies about Indian education. She describes the Indigenous children under her care, children who likely looked like her and her siblings, and many of the children she grew up alongside at Carlisle, as dirty, as heathen, as having no concept of politeness. As an educator committed to social justice, I think about Margarita's complicated legacy and her complicity in the weaponization of education against her own people, and what sorts of responsibilities I inherit from imperfect ancestors like Marguerite every day. I think that this ties in very well to the concepts we've introduced of inheritance, or a function of what is left behind by our ancestors and what we choose to take up, or what we choose to do with it politically, as Femi had introduced. I think we still have inheritance from our genealogical ancestors, just like we have inheritance from our moral ancestors, and just as these can also overlap. On this model meant to disentangle moral and genealogical ancestors, it becomes more clear that settler colonial and neo-colonial invocations of ancestry are hard to parse. We suspect that this is because these concepts are conflated in settler conceptions of ancestry. Return, for example, to this example of Pocahontas for the first families of Virginia. Here we see these inclinations in the invocation of ancestors for the first families to have some sort of moral and ownership claim to the land of the, quote, New World. Thus, enormous mental gymnastics are done to link the New World with the New World. And this is Pocahontas not just as a moral ancestor, but as a genealogical ancestor. The same goes, which we often see examples of Donald Trump and Andrew Jackson. He invokes Andrew Jackson often as some sort of moral ancestor, and he denies often the awfulness of Andrew Jackson, his support for slavery and his attempted genocide on Southeastern tribes in the Trail of Tears. Because in invoking Andrew Jackson as a genealogical ancestor whose presidential legacy Trump inherits, he must also polish the turd, as you will, into a moral ancestor. What becomes more clear in the Ben Affleck example, his rejection and shame that some of his genealogical ancestors are not moral ancestors leads to this outrage and this attempted censoring of the record. Once we disentangle moral ancestors from genealogical ancestors, settler colonial invocations of ancestry are exposed for how bizarre, exhausting, and I think traumatic these might be. This is profoundly interesting to me, but it's not the most important thing this disentanglement can do. It also provides a heuristic or a calculus for taking stock of the different sorts of inheritance we receive from an enormously expansive set of predecessors, as well as allows us to conceive of ourselves and of our own contributions to the next generations in ways that maximize moral inheritance. Here, I made a meme for those of you who know the Ben Affleck depressed smoking meme. It says, "Me every time I conflate my genealogical and moral ancestors." Sorry, Ben Affleck. He seems like a relatively nice guy. Hi, Femi. I'm glad you're back.
Wow, I seem to be able to talk now.
Perfect.
Apologies for the earlier problems. One other way to put the distinction that we're trying out between genealogical ancestors and moral ancestors is in different kind of streams of inheritance. So our existence on either an individual or collective version of R is something that we owe to genealogical ancestors. And because we owe that to them, there's a certain kind of sphere of obligations that we have to genealogical ancestors. But our field of practical possibilities, the things that we can do, and to some extent, to a large extent, the resources that we have to do any of the things that we can do, we owe to all of our predecessors. So that means our genealogical ancestors, but also the neighbors of those genealogical ancestors, all the people in history that have, all the creatures in history, all of the beings in history that have led us to the point in history that we are now. So of all the things we can do, of all the paths we can take, of all the ways that we can walk in the world, we have a responsibility for choosing which of those we're going to go for. And based on that choice, and based on our understanding of the relation of that choice to that large field of history, some people become our moral ancestors. And all of these non-equivalent overlapping spheres of obligation are things that we owe, and they're aspects of the moral and practical space that we move in and that we also move through. But one other thing is worth emphasizing about these. These spheres of obligation are forward-looking. They're not just about the things that have led the world to the present moment as we find it. They're also about where things are going, where we're going, and where the people who will come after us will be able to go. And so we should be conceiving of ourselves in just the same way as genealogical ancestors, as predecessors to those who will come after us, and as moral ancestors.
Severing of kinship ties that we see from examples like Marguerite's life is self-perpetuating. We inherit these colonial relationships with lands and those around us because we owe our practical possibilities to all of our predecessors and not just our moral ancestors. Femi, you want to talk about private land ownership?
Yeah, one of the ways in which we owe our practical possibilities to all of our predecessors and not just the ones that we would like to inherit as moral ancestors is in the kind of historical aftermath of the phenomenon that Kim Tallbear was describing on the earlier slide that we told you, that we showed you. So private ownership of land and of energy and water and housing has put political control over many of the things that are important to our areas of obligation as ancestors in the hands of shareholders, whose decisions are guided by the logic of racial capitalism rather than by robust intergenerational senses of obligation. So trying to maximize shareholder value in a time horizon of a few fiscal years rather than by trying to keep a healthy system for a large intergenerational set of beings and land and air and water. And just as it's put control over those things in the hands of particular people and particular logic, by that same token, by those same actions, it's taken control of those things, stewardship of those things out of the hands of those of us who are trying to become good ancestors, those of us who want us to relate to the land and to the water and to the air in ways that are compatible with leaving good paths for our descendants. So one thing that we should consider is the connections between these sorts of movements as political movements and the connections between those movements with what we're talking about, with trying to become good ancestors and act from the perspective of being moral ancestors. So Shelbi, if you want to talk about land back.
Land back is just one of the examples, and there's an enormous amount of examples, thankfully, that we could probably list here. Land back being a movement in Turtle Island, or what's often called North America, with respect to the repatriation of Indigenous life and land.
To that, we could consider connections to community control movements over land, housing, and energy, which are parallel, but I think increasingly converging sets of movements for collective control over all the things that just mentioned that have been for decades or even centuries parts of African American activism in the US. We would also add movements like the landless workers movement in Brazil, or community-led conservation, which would involve collective and communal ownership and also stewardship over community land and social relationships. And all of these things are the kinds of changes to the social structure that would put us in a position where we could think differently and be more effective in being good ancestors. We live in a political situation where enacting this responsibility that we've pointed to and that many others have pointed to is not always possible because of the current property relations. So these movements being successful, empowering these movements, recultivating kinship, and the creation of new kinships and solidarities is important from the perspective of becoming a good ancestor, maybe required.
And to return full circle to the Grace Lee Boggs quote that Femi had introduced in the beginning, I'll read the whole quote this time so we can end on a very uplifting way of putting it. What we need to do is encourage groups of all kinds and all ages to participate in creating a vision of the future that will enlarge the humanity in all of us, and then in devising concrete programs on which they can work together, if only in a small way, to move toward their vision. In this unique interim between historical epochs, this is how we can elicit the hope that is essential to the building of a movement and unleash the energies that in the absence of hope are turned against other people or even against oneself. When people come together voluntarily to create their own vision, they begin wishing it to come into being with such passion that they begin creating an active path leading to it from the present. the spirit and the way to make the spirit live coalesce. Instead of seeing ourselves as only as victims, we begin to see ourselves as part of a continuing struggle of human beings, not only to survive, but to evolve into more human beings. Noshun Pilek Lovik, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you. I'm going to open the floor to some questions for in our in-person audience and online as well. You can just raise your hand on Zoom. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I don't really want to take up much time because I've spoken a lot, and I hope there are many other questions. Just to get us started off, I really love the concept of moral ancestry. It reminds me of Walter Benjamin and the idea of resistance in the present, sort of creating its past and generating new opportunities for seeing the past too. So not just choosing what's already revealed, but opening up new ways of thinking about the past through resistance in the present. So that's a very important concept in Benjamin. He uses there the metaphor of the flashlight, in action in the present, political action in the present, sort of like a flashlight over the past, and so unlocking new possibilities of seeing the past too. And so in that context, I was wondering whether you could perhaps just elaborate a little bit on the way that you describe moral ancestry. So the moral ancestors are those whose actions join with ours processually, and those whose work we take up. So I wonder whether you might want to fill a process and work here with a bit more content. Thank you.
So maybe I'll take a stab at this. And I really like this point you raised about Benjamin in terms of, what's even salient about the past kind of depends on what action that we take up now. So I think that's a really nice way of saying how, we have some causal influence about the past through our present day actions. I think one of the things we were after, and Shelbi can correct me if I'm wrong here, I think one of the things we were after with this processual business is noting how tasks can be completed across generations, and that's not just, that plays a kind of justificatory role. It plays a kind of fulfillment role. And to just give a concrete example to put some teeth on this, there were hundreds of slave rebellions, right? And that's, hundreds is a conservative number. I'm sure it was much larger, right? In the time from the late 15th century to the end of the 19th century, when not everywhere, but a lot of the world at least formally abolished slavery. So the generation in 1790s Haiti, or the generation in 1850s Brazil, or the generation in 1860s United States that did the final push of large-scale abolitionist efforts, I think could fruitfully be described as realizing the intent of something that generations and generations, centuries worth, had been working towards. Right? And not all those generations got to see the kind of finished product in a way. But all those generations were there. All those generations included moral ancestors of those abolitionists. And to the extent that present day abolitionism draws from the same ethos and is an attempt to complete or at least further advance the cause of racial justice from where those generations advanced it, I think those generations are our ancestors.
Do we have a question online? Or someone is just online?
I would just add on to what Femi had just said, that I think that's right. That makes sense to me. And then another component, I think, of moral ancestry that becomes something that is opened up by thinking of the distinction between moral ancestry and genealogical ancestry is the ways that we are able to then talk about inheritance and doing that calculus of what it is that we take from our ancestors. We've seen some really lovely examples at this conference, as well as it's pretty common in Indigenous spaces, to talk about the gifts that we inherit from our ancestors and to pass the gift forward. I know Matthias gave a lovely talk about that. And one of the things I always want to think about is that in the colonial context, in the settler colonial context, we don't just inherit gifts from our ancestors. We also inherit some very, very complicated legacies. And I want there to be a way to talk about that, to invoke our ancestors in ways that still honor them, while also holding space for the really, really complicated things that we take from them, that we can still take lessons and teachings and gifts from them, even if they're not exactly what we'd normally think of as a gift. And that's something I think is very interesting about moral ancestry. We're not able to hear you on Zoom. I'm so sorry. It looks like you're muted audio at CU4 space. Somewhat, yes.
Maybe you have to, it looks like there's a, can you improve that? Okay, how about now? Yeah, okay, great, thanks. So yeah, thanks so much for the talk. I really appreciated it. I have a question that has kind of two aspects to it. One is with respect to like moral ancestors, and the other is with respect to genealogical ancestors. So it seems like the notion of moral ancestors opens up the possibility of joining with and carrying on the projects of those who are not related to us by, sort of traditional kinship relations. It also opens up the possibility of like cross-cultural or intercultural ancestry. And I was interested in your talking a little bit about sort of some of the challenges in those kinds of relationships in building solidarities, and particularly say like in relation to issues of appropriation, for example. And then the second piece is sort of the flip side of it, right? So yesterday we heard about like Kyle White's argument that we need to sort of consider in sort of you know, in facing the temptation of kind of settler moves to innocence, that we need to consider the way in which those of us who are settlers, the way in which our lives were sort of made possible by and reflect like the fantasies of our colonial kin, those who came before us. So I guess the flip side of this is sort of in making this distinction, how do we deal with sort of that set of issues and the sort of set of responsibilities associated with the privileges that we've inherited in part through these like genealogical connections to those ancestors?
I can take a stab at maybe I'll start with the second one and say something short. So the second question I take it is or sorry, I'll start with the first one. So what do we do about cross-cultural forms of ancestry acquisition, and are those potentially appropriated? And I think here, what I would say is that the concept of the distinction between moral and genealogical ancestor can kind of do double duty, right? So it's not just that there's a distinction between genealogical ancestor and moral ancestor, and so that means anyone can be your ancestor, right? It's that because anyone could be, it's because we have this distinction, now it makes even less sense for you to portray a moral ancestor as if they were a genealogical ancestor, right? If you just agree with, you know, if you just agree with Amilcar Cabral's politics and you want to move in a way that's informed by things that he did, you can just do that. He doesn't need to be your genealogical ancestor for you to take those kinds of lessons from the things that he did, right? And so there, I would hope that the distinction would encourage broader uses of ancestry, but also discourage the kinds of appeals to ancestry that would be appropriation.
Yes, I love that way of putting it. And to quote Femi, to kind of answer the second question about what do we do with these inherited privileges, and how do we kind of take stock of these when we were working on, and this is part of a much bigger project that Femi and I have been working on and hopefully will be working on for a long time. But Femi kept joking that one of the ways to distinguish between the different types of taking up your inheritance was, are you going to be a Jeff Bezos or are you going to be a Friedrich Engels? When you inherit this wealth and privilege, what do you do with it? How do you take it up? And I thought that was a really good example of inheriting privileges.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. I think we have a hand raised on Zoom. So in Kilbasa, you can ask your question if you still are with us.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I like your presentation. Some of the views you presented are similar to African traditions. So you talked about two types of distinguished ancestors. The first one is genealogical ancestors, and the second one is moral ancestors. Now, regarding genealogical ancestors, do Native Americans practice totemism? As you know, particularly under genealogical ancestors, you said those who precede us in one way or another. In particular, you mentioned chains of causality. Under this, you mentioned birth, clan, kinship, adoption, and the like. So totemism is a belief. It's a kind of belief in kinship with or a mystical relationship between an individual and his or her totem, or between a group or its totem. So can this belief, totemism, be part of genealogical ancestors in Native American tradition? That is the first question. The second question is, can you elaborate on what you said, racial democracy? What do you mean by racial democracy? Thank you.
I'll take a stab at the first one, and then Femi can take the second one. So the first part, I had actually wanted to do a shout out to your talk as well, Kobesa, because you had used the term totemic siblings when you were speaking, and that is not necessarily a term, or I don't think a lot of folks in my communities use the term totemism, but it definitely resonates, I think, in a lot of ways with what you've described. In the Venn diagram we showed in the center, the overlapping ancestor that was both a moral and a genealogical ancestor that I offered for Ancestor Show and Tell was Antonio Garacaval, but he was represented by a bear. And it is many of us in Southern California have stories about how our ancestors are animals. There was a time before now in which animals were people or people were animals, whatever that distinction may be. And we do, I think, Femi and I, in making these distinctions between genealogical and moral ancestors, we were hoping to include that the genealogical ancestors are people, persons, non-human, non-corporeal, spiritual, whatever these, morally relevant entities might be that precede us. And not only can they be genealogical ancestors in that sense, they're also moral ancestors. It's possible for them to be moral ancestors as well. Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that, Femi?
No, yeah, and all I would add is that as Professor Kobesa suggested, I think that is something that you see in West Africa as well, which is where my folks are probably Yoruba. So there's potential for lots of different kinds of people to have a very broad conception of what's a genealogical and what's a moral ancestor. To answer the racial democracy question, so racial democracy is a way of thinking about the kind of democracy that resulted in Brazil, I think is where this term is most often used. So Brazil had its own history with racial slavery and was, the largest site, or one of the largest sites for trafficking of Black people in the transatlantic slave trade, and has attempted to mold itself as a kind of liberal, multiracial democracy. And so a similar ideology to what gets called colorblindness in the United States applies there, and arguably in other parts of Latin America as well. So we accept and recognize that there is racial difference, but it doesn't make a political difference. And we have strong democratic relationships despite this kind of politically inert history. I take it as the ideology that people are criticizing when they criticize racial democracy.
We have another in-person question. Amy, yeah.
Okay, it works. Thanks for your talk. We have three questions, and I think we are struggling with we are struggling understanding your genealogy ancestors and moral ancestors. So my concern is that theoretically it's possible that you don't have any moral ancestors who whose action join with you. So it seems like these generations or the last generations become the first moral ancestors, because as we know, it's just until recently that Black people just takes action to against like racial injustice. So if so, it's, for me, it seems like you forgive or you abandon your ancestors, your tradition, your history. If so, how to understand this long, unjust racial history? So I think you can see those people who take actions can be your moral exemplars, which can be inspired you to take actions to against social injustice. But for me, it's problematic to deny that people who didn't or don't take action as your ancestors, because for me, it's very hard to understand this long unjust racial history. Thank you.
I'll say a couple of things, and Shelbi, please fill in anything that I missed. But if I understand correctly, there's a question about, is it possible not to have moral ancestors? What do we make of maybe the first generation to really resist something, perhaps? Is that right? Okay, yeah. So I think generally the first generation to resist a specific kind of political condition is the first generation to experience it. I generally think generationally there is always resistance to injustice. It may not be at the scale or size that we hope for, but there's always resistance. But I think that your question still stands, though, because for people who were abducted into slavery, for example, they were in a new political situation, right? That was different from the one that they left, right? Which I think is a good point. But many of those people, and this is a point that theorist Cedric Robinson makes a lot when he talks about the Black radical tradition. The fact that they were in a new political situation doesn't mean that they were in a completely unrecognizable moral situation. And a lot of people brought different political histories of resistance to injustice from old and different situations back in Africa, from their existing history, as inspiration for their resistance to this new form of injustice. So it's okay if your moral ancestors were fighting a different battle than you're fighting. I think that's okay. I think we can still learn from different people who preceded us, even if we have to exercise creativity in what we learned from them.
I might have one last question to wrap up this Q&A session. As you might know, yesterday we had here in Canada this National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and there were a lot of talks on every radio show, every TV shows, and just I was talking to the over the phone with my dad, and he was telling me how in the Canadian Indian Act. Basically, if an Indigenous woman marries with a white man or a non-Indigenous man, she loses all of her, I guess, Indigenous rights. So I'm wondering then, is this denial of genealogical ancestorship or rights, how does this kind of relates to kind of moral ancestry? I don't know if I'm being clear, but I was just kind of, I thought this was such a radical, law that is still in, being used here in Canada. So yeah.
That's a great question. Again, I'm from the US context, and I know a little bit about the Canadian context, but not a ton. But what I will say is that I imagine a lot of what happens in the Indian Act is very similar to the ways that heteronuclear Western conceptions of family and identity were imposed on Indigenous communities across Turtle Island, which is where they set up a particular understanding of ancestry such that it's one parent, one mom, one dad that makes one biological child that then inherits, one half of whatever, each parent is, and that, turns into this diminishing return conception of ancestry and identity. And while many Indigenous communities have to grapple with those imposed understandings of indigeneity and of family and of nuclearity, those are imposed understandings of family and identity. I think that what we're asking is to expand our understanding of genealogical ancestors from that particular view, such that we can think about all of the different ways our ancestors, our genealogical ancestors have influenced and made us who we are. This includes, I think oftentimes about two-spirit or third gender ancestors who I had, who would never show up in my genealogy chart, though they would certainly be both genealogical and moral ancestors who are certainly responsible for many of the things that I inherit and want to take up and pass forward. So what we're asking is this expansion of genealogical ancestry outside of these very colonial notions, as well as outside of some of these inherited colonial notions, to take better accounting and take better stock of what sorts of inheritances we have.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, just join me in thanking again both of our speakers for this wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just invite the organizer of the conference to just say closing remarks.
So I would like to start by thanking a few group of people. So first and foremost, our audience that's here in ForSpace, and also our audience that's over Zoom or watching YouTube. And also I want to thank all our speakers. Some of you made it all the way to here in Montreal, and some of you are speaking to us from DC, from Seattle, from Nigeria, from New Zealand, from Macau. So thank you so much for joining us so that it's possible for us to have this enriching exchange, intellectual exchange. And also, I just want to make sure my thanks got across to all our participants and our audience. And also great thanks to our research assistants, Becky and Joelle. Without you, the conference would not have been possible. So thank you so much. And last but not least, let's thank Anna and Doug and then ForSpace. Without your support, this exchange transcontinent and also through different time zones would not have been possible. Thank you so much for having us here. Now, looking towards the future, I'm going to pass the mic to Matthias.
Well, please also join me in thanking Jing, who has been just amazing. Thank you so much, Jing. Thank you. For over 2 years, you've been really helping me all along, and we've been doing this together from the beginning. And I think we would not have survived without your spirit. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say in closing that we're hoping to have the next NTR conference in Spain next year. And Mario Wenning, thank you so much for beginning to organize that for us. I don't know whether Mario is still with us, but it's very late where he is right now. So yeah, thank you, and watch out for the next conference. And again, thanks so much. Bye.